Port on, that's the problem. Fucking phantom power. That'll do it. That is coming through my microphone occasionally.
Like a word or two, or like sentences?
It just pops up it's about every 10. It's a certain tone of his voice that just triggers it for a split second. So I don't know that there's much coming through. It's just triggering the mic. I can't hear what's coming through. So
I need to switch to my phone because I can't turn that down anymore without not being able to hear it.
oh, I really like that pack. That probably came through the microphone. Oh, that is coming through pretty good. Hang on, let me. Hmm. How in the hell is that not working? I don't understand how the hell that's coming through. Just a big old bunch of goofy. Oh, that's loud. Oh, MS. Go away. Oh, why ain't nobody tell me that I sound ridiculous? What up, Shaw, you goofy nerd? Bum, 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 bum. I don't know what all those buttons do. There ain't no cool guys over here, Shaw. Hello, Jessica, you fucker. How you gonna come in here and not call me a hoe or a bitch or anything? What's wrong with you? You feeling okay, nerd? I feel unloved now. You're a little sick? Oh no. Well, I hope you get to feeling better. Hello, Ben. How you doing, beautiful? I'm sorry you're feeling bad too, Ben. What's with everybody getting sick right now? Allergies are out of control. Other stupid thing you thought would help, but didn't. Oof. At a temperature of 101.9, so the fever just got you miserable. That sucks, friend. I'm sorry. You're hoping a shower will alleviate some of the symptoms. You had to stop by here first to support. I appreciate you stopping by, Ben, but keep in mind, brother, if you take a shower, you're going to have to be really careful because it can actually cause your nose to stop up worse. You can use hot water and really hot steam, but it'll only be a temporary relief. Your allergies are pretty bad too. This morning you threw up nothing but, yeah, that's gross. That is the grossness. Really was, yeah, I can imagine. Doesn't sound like anything I'd be too interested in dealing with. My computer was being a little bastard yesterday, so I had to fix it. Seems to be doing better now, but we'll see. You check out the latest version. You've been so busy lately. You're good, dude. I mean, I've been dealing with these various tutorials and online courses and stuff a lot more than I have with um what do you call it? Actually being able to contribute much code to the project itself. Um, it should be fine for now. The API fully image in a readable format. Interesting. Why did I just get a failed deployment? Back in a bit, gotta get ready. You're leaving in roughly 30 minutes. Do your thing, Ben. I appreciate you coming by, buddy. We just had a failed deployment in the project, so I'm curious what happened there. Speaking of that noise, actually, you need to go to my BRB screen for a minute. Because I need to. Oops. Baby,
Mm-hmm.
would you be ever so kind enough to let your mother know that I have sent her some money on PayPal?
That you sent what?
Money on PayPal? For how is your mother doing?
I guess.
What you mean you guess?
I haven't heard anything otherwise.
I'll poke you in the nose.
Hi, Shaw. Can they hear me? I don't know if you fixed or.
Should be able to. Haven't messed with it much since, so.
Just barely. We'll have to look
Red?
at that.
Be for PayPal, Cash App, Venmo, but not Zelle. Wait, what? Ready up on the 1099 thing they're enacting this year? Don't even know what that is. They've been sending me tax things from PayPal for years now, so. Feeling with no VC to join? You have a VC you could join. I'm just not currently in it. I'm in the developer Discord at the moment. Yeah, they were already doing the like 1099 thing with PayPal. It was just, I think the limit has been going down every year or whatever. They had like a weird step down program or whatever. It was like 4,000 and then 2,500 and then nothing the year after, some shit. So in 2026, like
I got a cat.
Do. Adorable kitty. All of my donations and stuff come through PayPal, so I'm sure it gets reported by the end of the year. That's fine. If they want to audit my taxes, they can go ahead. Oh shit, I had to call the DMV today. I might need to do that here in just a second. Interesting. Yeah. Well, I have to get that done. Unfortunately, your little cat friend is probably gonna get up and bolt after me into the living room.
Swapping me all the time anyway.
Yeah. and bam. Ooh, those nerds have been dealt with. Hopefully. Now, what kind of horse shittery did you send me on Discord, baby? We broke the 200 member mark in the community Discord. That's a beautiful milestone. Authorities have begun to suspect foul play. Fucking love.
There's so many. You look at all the comments.
I see them. That's fucking.
That's what, like, the video itself is unhinged, but the comments are gold.
Trying to resurrect Kamala's political career. Oh my god. For those of you who don't know, it's a video, and there's just 3 turkeys, and they're circling a gravestone that says Harris on it.
So much that there's no snow.
Yeah, they've literally like melted the. Here, I mean, I can just show you guys what's going on here. It's fucking little dancing turkeys who just run in circles around the gravestone. And people are just absolutely wilding in the comments. I don't use Instagram, but
They're harassing him.
lol. Somebody was like, oh, I'd pay extra for the turkey circling your grave package.
Do they do weddings as well?
In lieu of flowers, can somebody please send me turkeys that play Duck Duck Goose? Somebody else, 6 more weeks of Thanksgiving.
First of all, who is Harris and why are they trying to resurrect him? Secondly, is this bad or good?
Well, it's counterclockwise, so it'd be a banishment, not a summoning, but...
Well, resurrect.
It's a Harris wheel.
Yep, that was my favorite, I think. Was the deceased a hunter? Are they mocking him?
Somebody else was like, I've played enough video games to know there's something important buried there.
Yeah, I saw that one.
Fucking people are wild.
Somebody in here is like, there's an actual explanation. I'm about to actually read it.
Well, the actual explanation is that that's just what turkeys do when they're investigating something, but...
When turkeys circle a grave, it's most likely due to their natural curiosity and instinct to maintain a safe distance while investigating something unfamiliar like a grave, which could potentially be a threat. Circling behavior is a way to stay within the safety of the flock while observing the unusual object.
Mm-hmm.
But they just picked this one, and they're going so much that the snow is...
Well, one of them probably started the behavior and the other 2 then followed it, but then it became like when ants circle something.
Oh, the death spiral of ants.
Yeah. reindeer and shit do the same thing. A lot of animals do that circling behavior, but then once they get locked into it, if somebody doesn't break them out of it, they'll just do it till they starve.
Somebody else actually said that. I actually tweeted what you said about the counterclockwise, and I almost word for word she said counterclockwise, so it's a banishment, not a summoning.
Lol. I've seen enough Supernatural to know what's going on there.
Where's the Benny Hill music?
Just saying things in Discord now. The endpoint API in general. Utility clients that'd be great for this. Spirit to have an easy function to call. To do all the IMG checking instead of image.
Okay, I have to send. This is one that you need to show your stream.
Damn it.
Sound effects and all.
Well, they won't be able to hear it.
Oh, but that's half the fun.
I can copy it into Edge, maybe? But then I won't be able to hear it.
Just know that there's a meow sound with Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that. And they launched a tuning and it's like, Neil, splat. Yeah. I've seen that before. That one's been around for a while. Oldie but goodie. I gotta be one of the only people that I know personally that cannot fucking stand Neil deGrasse Tyson.
I have things to say that I cannot say.
I did, like, from, not even from, like, a religious standpoint or anything, just some of the shit he says is so dumb that he tries to make it sound so smart. They're just like, brother, I appreciate that you have an area of expertise and that you're extremely knowledgeable in a lot of things. But you don't know everything about everything, and when you try, you just make a fool out of yourself. Please stop. If you're a jack of all trades, you're typically a master of none. Ow. Almost broke my neck just now. That was no fun. I kinda hurted. Do you know that whole saying? Which one? I know a lot of sayings. I don't often know every word to them, though. I actually thought that that was just the quote itself.
Well,
Jack of all trades, master of none.
there is more to it. Yeah, that one. But oftentimes better than a master of none.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. There's always, like, point individual case scenarios where it's I would rather have a broad knowledge of a lot of things than a narrow knowledge of one thing. Even if it means I'm like less of an expert in all things, and that way my bases are covered. It's not a matter of people who try to seek knowledge for the sake of knowledge, just knowing a lot of things. It's whenever those people get to the point within their own ego that they think that they're a master of all things. That's when it becomes a problem. Whenever they believe that their knowledge is more extensive than it actually is. World managed world manager. Nope. Why is there? Hmm. This.
Uh, uh,
What?
I gotta pop somebody.
I can do it.
No.
For using block terms, get fucked, nerd. For those of you who don't know what just happened, the bot tried to post in chat and failed. The pew pew emote. That's my plague doctor with a pistol. You don't have the
No.
ban hammer anymore? I thought I did.
As an emote, I think she means. Do you mean as an emote?
Yeah, apparently I don't have the ban hammer emote up there anymore. I thought I did. I thought I had it on there.
Exclamation point ban.
I thought it was exclamation mark bop
Maybe.
for the because we had a command that actually puts a ban hammer in chat. By hand. I remember that. Yeah, there you go. Maybe. We'll see. That's what we call it when we get rid of people. We bop them. My bad. Ow. What are you up to, Jessica? I assume you're probably not working at the moment if you're running a fever of almost 102. Hey, Jessica, what kind of... Hello, Luna. How are you doing, friend? Not working, just got out of bed thinking of food. No, food is always good. Fever 102 is probably the flu. You've been good. Just finished some labs for school. Nice. You don't have anything you want? Big rip.
At least you have an appetite.
I had Taco Bell for breakfast. Couple of tacos. Bean burritos sound nice and bland. I mean, they can be if you don't put too much like garlic powder and stuff in them. Depends on the spices. Taco Bell, less red sauce and onion, so just beans and cheese. That's fair. What kind of games are you into, Jessica?
Didn't you say she likes RPGs?
Yeah, I think she said something about RPGs, but I'm thinking about, like, right now I'm working on an RPG. That's something that I'm interested in making, but I was talking like cute idle games that you could just fuck off on and do goofy shit, like a time killer or something. Takes you a while to get into a game. You like RPGs? That's fair. MMOs as well. MMOs are awesome. It's incredibly unlikely that I'll ever even attempt an actual MMO. I might make an MMO style game that can hold, like, 8 to 32 people on a server or something and just let them have dedicated servers, but that'd be big. It would cost more money than it's worth to start it up. And the amount of work you'd have to put into it is absolutely insane. You don't play a lot of time killer games. You have no. I don't have any games on my phone either. I have a couple on my tablet, but I spend enough time at my computer that I don't really need games on my phone. So that's a thing. I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick.
We got I don't know, well, you can hear me. We got mostly sea. We did get some snow, um, and freezing rain, so we got a mix of a lot of stuff, but it's mostly melted by now. Testing. Can you hear me if I talk at this level? Oh, that's cool. It's a more normal sound voice for me, so I don't have to yell.
Here, I'm back. Wonder if it's. He's right by the mic. Yeah, my voice is deeper, so it overrides her voice on the microphone. I'm also closer to it. What up, username? I'm gonna just start calling you Long. Mr. Longshanks. You're the chat's new cat. I see you over there. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I have a really itchy spot on my arm that's pissing me off. My woman would call you Mr. Long? Well, I'm assuming you were born with some biological deficiencies. I apologize. Speaking of the way that I talk sometimes, I was trying to do a blurb for our Kickstarter thing or whatever yesterday. And y'all know what's funny? I mean, y'all have known me for a little while. Most of you have known me for a while. I speak like a robot. Sometimes, I don't have a lot of intonation in what I say. Everything just kind of comes out very bland, I guess. That translates into me describing things as well. So I was trying to give an explanation of myself yesterday and my background in video games and streaming and whatnot. It come out sounding very robotic. And the irony of the situation is that Tux, who is one of the developers, had to take what I said and put it into an AI to make it sound more human. The irony of that is not lost upon me. Did I tell you about that last night, baby?
No.
Yeah. Imagine having to use a robot to make yourself sound less like a robot. I don't know how offended I should be by that. Sorry and to the point? Oh, short and to the point? Well, as short and to the point as possible, usually, yes. I think I can. Just means you'll be able to blend in when Skynet takes over. I know, right? The Terminators will have a hard time being able to decide whether or not I'm a Terminator. I could just be an advanced model. Biological model. You have to add things into your coworker conversation so you don't come off as rude. I feel that, actually. I come off as an asshole a lot of the time, even when I'm not trying to be an asshole, because I'm just very direct with information. I don't like to beat around the bush. I'm not good with hints. I'm not good with subtleties and nuances and all that fancy shit. If I have something to say, I'm just gonna fucking say it, and then we can work with the actual information as opposed to trying to decipher the damn thing like it's some kind of crypto, encryption of some sort. Arnold would have to just thaw himself in lava before the end of the movie. That's how much you would question if you, yeah, right? That's funny. Like, I don't think what I said is incorrect. In terms of wait, what? System cannot find specified. I don't need you to. I deleted it. But oh yeah. See, this is just my little blurb, like a description of me and my. Need to do now is sneak into someone's live stream and read their chat out to them. Make them think it's on. Lol. I should become an AI narrator. Is that what you're telling me? Just a username that was long as donated $5. Get fucked. Stay fucked. Yeah. So basically, we had to take this, put it into like a language model, and get the language model to make it sound more people-ish. People-ish.
It was nice of Tux to be able to come up with that.
Well, Tux has a language model that they've been training for years to sound more like a person, and so they took it and put it into the language model to make it sound better. It cracks me the fuck up on so many levels. Like, it's kind of funny. I may not sound like I'm cracking up, but I assure you I am. I currently have coding going on my left screen and video tutorials going on my right screen while trying to figure out and get everything situated on my middle screen. So renderer. That should handle world generation, hopefully. Hmm. From what I see, everything should work out. Hmm. Hmm. I've been working on this project off and on for like a week now. Yes, I know it doesn't exist. I haven't implemented it yet, you fucking prick. Calm down. We'll get there. Just bringing in all of the stuff I had in the other project. I need to make sure I do it in a way that I don't break it again, otherwise this will have been pointless. Seemed to have broke something. Not sure what it broke with that, but I'll have to go back and hit that later. I mean, actually, I can probably deal with that right now. Let's see. How are you nerds doing today, though? Is anybody doing anything terribly interesting today, or everybody just kind of hanging out? Your bean burrito is good. I'm glad you like it. That's good. I'm not a big fan of beans in general. Never really been my go-to. I do like the pinto beans with cornbread, though. That's pretty good. Hmm. Do you put ham in your pinto beans? I do not. I have. Um, Really just depends. For like things like New Year's or something, we've put them in the slow cooker and thrown a whole ham hock or something in there, and just kind of slow cook them with the ham and the juices. Well, hello there. I'm assuming the kitty puss has decided to sleep on the couch.
She got the sunshine.
She is an asshole. CoreLogic is hiring remote people. One of your besties works there. Just FYI, who is CoreLogic?
Can you send me a link?
Complete crafting, start crafting. Give them a quick Google here on your phone. Yeah, I'll take a look at it in a second.
She okay?
You're Janate's aunt's house because she's stuck in the bathtub. Oh, yeah, I didn't actually read that part. They do a lot of back-end administrative stuff for banks. Oh, interesting. Property solutions. Using integrated solutions, CoreLogic unlocks value for the entire property ecosystem, empowering agents, leaders, carriers, and innovators. Located out of Irvine, Texas, based leading information service providers, financial, property, and consumer information. Analytics and business intelligence company analyzes information, assets, and data to provide clients with analytic customized data services. You're building something meaningful. Let's see. Bestie started off there, no degree background, and they trained her up good. I mean, that's good. As of today, they have posted positions for a geospatial science professional. I don't know how interested you would be in that. Data quality specialist, quality engineer, client delivery. Yes.
Now I'm listening.
So there's 92 available jobs at that company.
Oh, are they all remote work or just look for remote work?
That I do not know. Oh, the geospatial has 3 locations, so that one's not remote. Data quality specialist 2 is remote. That was posted yesterday.
If I had taken the other job in the military, I was looking like it was geospatial related. Damn, could have been.
Yep. Can send you a job she was talking about. Well, I see one here that's data quality specialist. It was posted yesterday and is remote from home.
If it's a job where they can on-the-job training with no prior experience, then even if it's
She doesn't have the knowledge or interest to be a software engineer.
okay. Be careful. Hope
We'll
everyone's okay.
we'll see in a bit, Jessica. Just let us know if y'all need anything. Yeah, that's the only one that's work from home that they currently have listed. Data specialist.
If they pay enough, I can do it for at least a bit.
Well, I can send you a link to it. Oh, let me copy this. I'll send it to you on Discord, and you can apply for it or whatever. Apparently, they have training, so. Oh, that is the code for my game. That's not what you need. Do what? There you go.
Recent examples include validating the installation cost of a 50-year-old shingle for a home in North Dakota, investigating requirements for constructing a solar panel equipped carport. Okay, yeah, job quals. Basic knowledge of residential construction techniques. None. Understanding of foundational construction processes, framing, roofing, plumbing, electrical finishing. New.
They
Familiarity.
said that they would train you, so that might be things that they'll train you on, because it doesn't take much to have a basic understanding of.
Familiarity with relevant building codes and regulations, experience with material selection and application in residential projects.
That's all pretty simple stuff to train somebody on.
It's all job qualifications. That annual pay's not bad. Oh, that's funny. Baby.
Huh?
Can I read just how this sounds? And it might mean that way. Equal opportunity employer committed to attracting and retaining the best qualified people available without regard to race, color, religion, national origin, gender, sexual orientation, gender identity, age, disability, or status as a veteran of the armed forces.
What about it?
So they're saying we hire everybody color blindly for, it doesn't matter about your race, your color, your religion, your national origin, gender, sex orientation, gender identity, age, disability, or your vet status.
Mm-hmm.
So they don't give.
On the main page, when you go to apply, there's an application. There's also a request accommodations, I guess, for like disabled people.
They're just saying they're not going to just discriminate you for or against.
Right.
For disability, but it's funny that the status is a vet. I don't care if you're a vet, we'll hire the best person, which is a valid thing, but it's just a funny thing to say because nobody usually phrases it.
Fucking well. It's like 1 + 1 = 2. I sent somebody a message on Discord. I was telling them how to get around the bullshit with prepaid Visa cards where you go to Walmart, buy a prepaid Visa, and you have to load it. Yeah. If you need a couple of those visas just to be able to activate dumbass subscriptions like Netflix, Crunchyroll, shit like that, you go buy the card, activate it at the register, $20 or whatever. Then you send that money back to yourself on PayPal and activate a couple of more cards, and you just leave a couple of pennies on each of them, and that way you can use them for free trials on fucking Netflix and shit. And if you forget them to cancel the trial, then it doesn't matter because there's no money on the card anyway. I have been scamming the system for years, guys. Like, I take full advantage of free subscriptions to all kinds of shit. It's not really scamming either. It's just taking advantage of a system that exists.
Utilizing the systems in the process.
Oh yeah, I'm actually surprised I haven't been audited by the government for the sheer number of like prepaid cards and shit that I've owned in my lifetime. I've got like 20 in my hand right now for anybody that's like curious. You know, sometimes you just
range on here, though?
no.
53 to 69.
That'd be good. I mean, you should apply and see if they're willing to train you. If they are, perfect.
And what's nice is you already have a basic understanding. So if I'm like, honey, I don't get it.
Mm-hmm. I can certainly help when I'm able or whatever. Like,
So we probably need to make sure.
Oh, nice. My GitHub subscription has went through is like $1.
There's a chance that I'd have to end up setting my professional computer in a different room because if you're streaming.
Yeah. You know, we got a crafting room we could finally utilize for something.
Yeah, utilize it.
For storage. Fucking. Yeah, we haven't actually went in there and crafted a damn thing. We pull everything out of there to do our crafting and then put it back. Which was not my initial goal, but it works. Like, all of our crafting shit, with the exception of my painting stuff and whatnot for minis, is in that room. And when you just go get what you're going to work on, bring it out of the room, work on it, and then put your stuff back. That's true. We only have like 2 good chairs in the house. One's a recliner, one's my string chair.
I mean, that one's not bad, but I wouldn't sit over there.
Yeah. My power chair is alright, but tiny house.
Cat bed right now.
Something like that.
It's literally a cat bed.
Well, you know, if my insurance would have paid for my fucking ramp so I could actually get around and out of my house.
If anyone wants to help pay a couple of bucks for it.
I do have it on a crowdfunding project on Throne. Somebody on Twitter actually donated $25 to it. And I was very, very happy about that. That was very nice of them. My little brain is going to explode. That job offer expires in 5 days.
Yes.
So we need to make sure we get that taken care of. I need a global game constant for the rarity system in my game, so that's what we're doing, I suppose.
geospatial. So this one is actually already set for remote work. There is a remote work for the geospatial professional.
Yeah, I mean, that's something you could look into. That's the geospatial engineer or whatever.
Design, code, test, and debug complex software.
I told you should become a software engineer.
Shop walls, 2+ years of experience in an operational spatial development environment. Strong technical skill set in Python or comparable languages.
Hey, I'm working in GD script right now, which is basically Python.
Experience developing in Google Cloud Platform and BigQuery. Experience with ESRI, GIS software. Yeah, there's.
Yeah, you definitely don't qualify for the geospatial engineer, but look at the payout on that. I guarantee you it's fucking insane. The amount of money you make as a software engineer is crazy. I'd say somewhere around 90K.
700 to 8,500 or 85,000.
Yeah, that's probably about the average starting range, yeah. But once you've been there for 6 months to a year, you'd be making right at 100 grand.
I did geospatial analysis, although I don't think that's what this was, but it was.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it kind of was.
The point is, though, that is a very high-paying job if you learn Python or some other coding language. People really underestimate how much money you can make as a, like, coder for video games and stuff.
You can also make a fuck ton of money with trades. Problem is, like, it's a lot of the really big jobs that pay a lot tend to be male-dominant environments. Not that I mind that because I'm in the army and I do a lot of that stuff. But there just always is that awkward element of men don't want the woman there because of XYZ.
If you're working from home, it doesn't matter what the fuck they want. Well, I don't give a shit if women want to get into like software engineering and whatnot. I think fucking go for it. Women tend to prefer roles that are not within that scope, though. They, like most women I know, rather deal with people and talk with people and be sociable and interactable. While
the pay gap is that women tend to have jobs that don't pay as much.
Yeah. And then men tend to go into, you know, jobs that are quiet and solitary and they can apply logical thinking and be the fuck away from everybody. Like, why don't you apply for the software coding job? Seems like you know what you're doing. I don't know what I'm doing well enough to be a geospatial engineer. That's the...
Plus, he wouldn't be able to keep his disability.
Well, I wouldn't need disability if I was making 100 grand a year.
Well, yeah, that's my point. But there's a reason why you're getting the disability you are.
Yeah.
Because if you were having a day that you couldn't do your work...
That's also true. Some days I completely shut down and I'm unable to function. And...
Unless you have a job that is...
Unless I have a job that's going to accommodate the fact that I occasionally just stop existing in this reality, then that would have to... I mean, they would have to accommodate that, actually, from a... Like, legally, they would have to. Because that is one of my... That's part of my disability.
Something out, but it would likely be at a job where you would know the people beforehand, not just some random job you applied for and go, hey, this is it. You know?
Hey, but I would like to code for you guys. I just need to make you aware of the fact that I'm completely batshit crazy. And sometimes my brain shuts off. One of my biggest issues would be the fact that I sometimes do things, remember doing them, and then haven't actually have done them. That's a huge problem with certain things, because like right now, I will be like, oh, I need to pay the, you know, the water bill or the electric bill or whatever. And then in my brain, I'll do it. But in reality, it didn't happen. Like, a good example of that, I don't know how many of y'all dream very often, but have you ever had a dream that you got up out of bed, went to the bathroom, or did whatever, but then you woke up and realized you hadn't done it yet?
Oh, I'll have a dream where I'll wake up and I've done something that I've been dreading, or something went through and it was better, and then you're like, ah, fuck. And it's just, you feel so much worse.
It's really weird in a dream because it actually happens to a large percentage of people that have to get up early in the morning or to an alarm or something. They will wake up, but they'll still be in the dream state. It's something similar to sleep paralysis. they'll wake up, they'll start doing what their routine for getting up in the morning is. They'll get about halfway through it before they actually wake up and realize they haven't even gotten out of bed yet. And that happens to most people at some point in their life. I do that while I'm awake in the middle of the day. It kind of makes me feel bad because then I will be very adamant about the fact that I've already done something that I have every memory of doing. Like I can play it back in my head, be like, okay, yeah, I just went through and did all of that. And then it just never actually happened. So while I don't have any true delusions, like paranoid delusions or whatever, I do still have breaks from reality where my brain kind of.
Speaking of which, what happened last night?
I fell and hit my damn head.
And that's what caused you to.
Well, my head started hurting and then things started bothering me and it just spiraled out of control. Mm.
So you were fine before that, but then.
Yeah, mostly. I think I was just sitting here. I was getting ready to go to bed or something.
Yeah.
And I got up out of my chair and then I hit that fucking door frame with my face. And that didn't feel good. And then I started, and then everything just started spiraling from there. You good over there, buddy? You need some water? Well, sometimes she's just an asshole. Because she's a little prick. Dang kitty puss. What's going on over here? Who's ping-a-ding-dinging me?
Just looking at it. So.
Discord, out of curiosity. I can't say what the name of our project is right now, but somebody in the developer Discord asked why we chose that name, and I was like, yeah.
I get the sentiment, but I still think there's
It's
probably a better
funny. No, leave it alone. Ow. That was a fun way to wake up. Would you get bit on the ass by a hamster?
Hi, Stacy.
A thermonuclear gerbil?
So, are you only filled in?
Oh, I just put some pieces in the bottom right when I haven't really messed with the rest.
Oh, it's just.
Yeah. Haven't finished organizing that yet. I got those I still have to cut out and glue together. And a bunch of other stuff, and I can't find my little glass glue bottle. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. They came and took my car.
No.
Funny thing is, I wasn't late yet. What the fuck?
Turning it in next week. Is it a rental?
Confused why they came and took it today. Well, I assume it's a car that she's paying for.
Why don't she say turning it in next week? Or is it I don't know.
That's very strange. It was a Carmart car.
Sweetie, I don't know what that means.
Carmart is basically like
the
like drive time.
Okay, that helped even less.
You buy cars from them.
So she's okay.
Yeah.
So you're okay. So you bought it, you can't afford it, so you were going to return it.
She was going to return it, and they decided to pick it up instead.
Turning it in and return it are two different things in my brain, so I interpret it as I have those words defined.
But
that's interesting and very rude on their part.
That is incredibly fucking rude, actually. But, I mean, they're the ones that had to pay for it, so... I need to create an auto load for my game constants. That's what I need. Because I haven't done that yet. Before I was late, which is super strange. That is pretty strange, but it also makes sense because a lot of them places are under the impression, like, if they know a person's going to miss their payment and turn in the vehicle, they'd rather go get the vehicle because they don't want to play the back and forth like, we already know we're not going to get money from you. We don't want to have to hunt you down and find the car if you decide not to turn it in. Because a lot of people will agree to turn something in, be it a car or like microwave, refrigerator, or whatever, and then never actually do so. So I can see both sides of that.
Yeah.
They're just making sure that everything is...
Did they know you were planning on turning it in?
Well, yeah, she called and told them.
Well, I don't see where she says that.
I assume she called and told him. That would make sense. Guess, like I said, I'm not chuffed. Just strange. Yeah, it's just really weird. They could have just like called you and been like, "Hey, would you like to set up a date to turn it in
Yeah.
or some shit?" Like
Give
it's
you
really
a chance. But at
Yeah.
the same time, with so many people who ruin it, they've ruined it for everybody else. So.
weird. True, but the amount of money it costs to tow a car distance is
Maybe
that's a hell of a. It probably cost them $600 to go pick it up, which is kind of funny. Like, why would you spend that kind of money if they willingly called you and let you know they couldn't make their payments and was going to turn it in? That's crazy. Oh, they drove it out. That's even weirder, yeah. Called my account rep. He didn't even know they were coming today. No notes on the account whatsoever. Yeah, that's pretty weird. Imagine if somebody came and stole your car and it wasn't them actually coming to pick it up. That'd be fucking funny. Somebody just stole the car and you're like, oh, well, they can pick their car up. They're like, no, we didn't do that.
Yeah, especially because your account rep doesn't know. That could be.
That would be funny as hell. The irony of that would just be chef's kiss.
Yeah.
You recognized one of the girls?
That doesn't mean
that's
she's
good,
not.
but it wouldn't make it less funny.
Doesn't mean that she's not. She could be like, okay, we know what's going on, but then they, side business.
Maybe they're going to go fuck off and play it around in the car for a week.
New accounting manager.
That's fine.
New means not vetted.
Yeah, people who like to pretend that they have more power than they actually do. If you see a little glass bottle that's got a green top and it's got plastic cement in it, yeah. There's two of those. One's got gray glue in it and one is clear. I need to find them, but I haven't been able to. And I don't know. I will clean that up later. I'm not worried about that at the moment. It's in the living room somewhere, I imagine, but
it sucks. I did so much knitting stuff yesterday that I'm like really sore.
oof. Now, if I go to my project settings now, I should be able to add the game constants as a global thing and then save that. Annoying, you have a doctor's appointment next week. Now you gotta try to figure out how to get to that. Oh yeah, that's kind of a pain in the ass.
Bisky ate all her lunch. Babe.
Huh?
Bisky ate her whole lunch.
That's good. That's fair.
The good thing is, even if it was stolen, the fact that she called her account manager and let them know simply tells, whomever, hey, she, thought she was getting, she thought it was recode that way. If there's a delay and, she had to file a police report, she's like, I said y'all took it. Thought y'all took it. My love.
Yes.
You remember that USPS thing that was supposed to come today?
Yeah.
I don't think it's coming today.
I'd have to check my email.
It's not. It's still moving through the system, moving through network, so it's not even local just yet. It's like Fayetteville local, but not.
How was your appointment yesterday? Well, it was a on the phone appointment.
She's working on the new.
Nope, still says expected today, baby.
It's expected today, baby, but it's not even at the post office.
I'm talking about the post office sent me a message saying they're delivering it today.
It's not out for delivery or anything.
Well, I don't know, because the actual Spring Lake post office sent me this telling me what's coming in today.
It's currently moving through network in transit, and it's moving within. Says it's on track to be delivered today.
Well, we'll see how it goes,
Yeah.
but
I mean, they have till 9 p.m. apparently. Let her know they're putting in for your lumbar. Or maybe she can hear me.
yeah, they had to put in a MRI for my lumbar spine because they accidentally put it in for the cervical spine a second time instead of the lumbar, so I'm going to have to do another MRI. They moved one of my MRIs up to the other day. And I had both those done, thoracic and cervical. Now we're just waiting on a lumbar.
Do we know when we're getting results or when we can see them?
No, she said she'd call me when they came in.
Amazon should be coming at some point today as well.
Lumbar punctures are the worst? Oh, no. They have to do a lumbar MRI. I had a cervical epidural like a month ago that caused me to leak spinal fluid and gave me a migraine for a week, but it didn't actually do anything to help me.
I was randomly noting for lumbar punctures when I was at one of my doc appointments recently. I was discussing about how I was possible, I'm supposed to apparently have some neuropathy and a couple of different things. She's like, does anyone in your family have MS? I'm like, they thought my mom had MS and I have a cousin who does. And she's like, you might want to talk about that. Like, I don't think she really thought that I do, and I'm serious, but, science point, not really.
Read.
Just placement. And I was like, so what would it take, to diagnose that? And she's like, a lumbar puncture is one of the ways. I'm like, I feel like that's extreme for something I probably don't have. And at this point, it's hard to tell. I've been tested. I've got them to do an ANA, which means I shouldn't have any autoimmunes really, because that was normal. I don't have, what was it? I had them do another test, which means I don't have something like Cushing's and stuff. So I think I might have some ligament issues possibly. Because I'm hypermobile in a couple of things. I'm not, which is funny considering they kept flunking me in gymnastics for not being flexible. But I'm apparently hypermobile in a couple of joints and something else that we're not discussing on stream because nobody wants.
Hypermobility doesn't necessarily relate to flexibility,
Yeah.
though.
Well,
It just means the joint itself is hypermobile. It doesn't mean that your tendons and muscles and everything else are. So,
well, either way, one of my physical therapists said I have hypermobile wrists and ankles, and my pelvic floor doc says I have a hypermobile something that I will let y'all figure out. So I don't
I
know.
have hypermobile joints in my hands.
I mean, I think as a kid I might have been able to do it. I mean, is that normal being close like that? Like, I know you're not supposed to be able to touch, and I obviously can't, but
I can put this part, though, against my arm, which is really weird.
like Miranda took me through a couple of things, and I'm like,
Yeah.
borderline.
A lot of people can do this.
Just okay, yeah, I can't do crazy things like that. I never heard of hypermobile in my context until my physical therapist, like I said, for my wrists and my ankles, and I'm just like,
A lot of people can touch their thumb like that,
without a lot of stretching.
but not everybody can just flip it all the way down against their wrist. Like,
So, I don't know. Like I said, I don't think I'm special in any kind of way with like that.
I can break out of handcuffs pretty quick though, because my right hand, the bones that separate your fingers, mine are basically gone, and I can collapse my hand.
What happened?
I don't know, probably Biscuit.
Ended up over here.
Well, I had her right there. I had that all set up so she could curl up and be all fluffy, because she's an asshole.
Which is why we want her to be close.
I used to could take my toes, and I mean I still can. It just hurts like hell these days. But my hips are mobile enough I can take my foot, bend it around backwards, and stick it in my armpit.
This guy thinks I have some kind of weird neck-back relationship.
Yeah.
He thinks I'm a hunchback.
I did not say you were a hunchback.
No, and I don't think that would be the proper term for it anyway, but
You do have something that, if you don't maintain proper posture throughout your life, will result in a hunched.
I just have a lot of
Spot.
tissue here.
That's possible, but it's also just as likely that your neck leans forward, because a lot of people do. It's a very common, like more than
My neck's too
50%
far
of
forward
people.
or something.
You have it in your hips. Yeah, my hip, I can like rotate my leg around and stick it under my armpit.
I've never dislocated anything, and I've only truly sprained my ankle one time. I've almost sprained it lots of times. Like I roll them all the time, but I can catch it really easily. So I don't know if that's a hypermobility thing that you
I need
catch
him to
it, or
like
if you're-
x-ray my forehead, because I'm pretty sure that's made of like fucking steel or something.
the fact.
Do you know how many times I've fallen and slammed my fucking head into something? And it doesn't even break the skin most of the time. Like, I have a really tough fucking forehead.
I don't know how you haven't had a proper concussion. I think no, you have had a couple of.
I mean, I probably have rattled my brain a few times, but the point is,
I want them to figure out what's
I am incredibly hard-headed. And it might be the fact that I fell off a three-wheeler when I was like 12 and I like destroyed the entire bridge between the frontal and rear lobes of my brain, so my
Yeah, they
brain
never told
doesn't.
you that they put a plate or anything in, right? Obviously.
No, there's no plate.
Right.
They just stapled it back together. But apparently, when bone reforms, it reforms harder than it was.
Scar tissue.
And so any of the fractures and shit, I'm guessing that's what hardened my forehead.
I don't know, but I'm just glad we don't have to go to the hospital all the time.
I know,
like we
right?
should.
If I went to the hospital every time I fell down, I'd basically live there. Last night I got up out of my chair and I don't remember what I was doing. I guess I was going to bed.
Yeah, I
And
think you were. You
I
didn't have
took
your
about
headset
3
on.
steps and then everything went black and I slammed my fucking head into that door frame over there.
Which is why he's supposed to be careful getting up.
I was trying to be careful. I reached for the walker though, and it just fucking, my depth perception by the time I got to where it is was already gone.
To be
Like-
fair, the walker is mostly a cat bed.
The cat does use the walker
The
more than I
cat
do.
loves sitting on his shit, whether it's his streaming chair, his.
I don't know
swivel
why,
chair.
but yeah, she's pretty obsessed with the smell of my ass.
She, to be fair, I don't sit in any other chairs besides the recliner, and we rarely see her on there.
Nah.
I think she likes firm, and that thing is soft.
I think she just likes to sniff my butt because she sits on that all the time.
She likes laying on my lap though.
Yeah.
Okay, back
Hang
to
on.
knitting.
Even the office manager is confused. Wait, what office manager?
Of her car.
Oh, yeah. Your cat has an ass fetish? She really does. She likes to be spanked. And I mean that in the most literal and serious way. Like, if you walk up and start slapping my cat on the ass, she will, like, slam her face into the floor and stick her ass up in the air and just be like, yeah, do it again.
A lot of cats are like that, but I swear our cat's extra.
Yeah, our cat is way extra about it. Like, you could abuse our cat and she'll just start purring and be like, hey, come on now, you can do better than that. Like, she's a fucking freak, bro. Which is weird because she doesn't even have those parts anymore. She's fixed.
No, but she still has the nerve cluster by her tail.
The point is, she is one frisky fucking cat.
Because she still has the nerve cluster despite all of that being removed.
Your cat has a foot fetish? Lol. Cats are fucking weird,
My
man.
cat definitely, she likes it if your hand or your foot is dangling. She likes it dangling the limb.
Yeah, when me and Haley were together, she had this cat named Mario, and this motherfucker would suck on blankets. And I am not even remotely kidding when I say that. Like, he will go to any blanket when he's laying down, stuff it in his mouth, and start, like, suckling on it like a kitten. And he was like 4 years old.
Yeah. Cats are just weird, and I love them for being so weird.
They definitely have their quirks.
Yeah. It's really a lot of it is that, but what's funny is it's not just that spot either.
Jones, yeah, she likes to be slapped anywhere though, not just on her butt.
But that is her favorite spot.
She just likes to be beat up. It's really weird.
We'll take a video for you sometime.
Yeah.
And it'll be one of those videos where it's like she can leave at any time. Clearly she can move. Wean too early, yeah.
If you try to stop beating her up, she will fucking
grab or
assault
chase you. And
Yeah.
she's back in her spot.
Need to call your aunt? Do your thing, Stacy.
Hope Jessica and them are doing okay. She's been gone for a little bit. Yeah, I swear that's been more of a thing lately, and it's really annoying. What's funny is it'll autofill when I don't want it to. When I go, oh, that would be cool. However, I tried to get it to autofill. I have no clue how.
As a toggle, turn it on or off. I like the fact that on my phone, because I've got an Android, I can press and hold on a word, like a stupid word that I'm never going to use, and just delete it out of my phone's auto like programming or whatever. So if I'm constantly typing a word that keeps coming out as another word, I can remove it from the auto predict.
I wonder if we can do that.
You should be able to.
That would be nice because that N and F thing is driving me nuts.
So when you swipe on something and it brings up those predictive words, press and hold on one of them and see if it'll let you delete it from the list of shit. I wasn't talking about autocorrect with toggle. Oh, well, I'm now confused. So good job.
Well, okay, so look up where she said, like the word "to" at the end of the sentence. That doesn't make any sense. I did like okay, BRB two. Yeah, pressing and holding doesn't do anything.
Oh, did you hear about the iPhone Starlink combo thing? No. Be able to use satellites to text people when you have low signal? Oh, yeah, I've heard about that. Did you hear about the fact that iPhone installed a backdoor so the British government can break in and spy on their citizens? Did you hear about that?
Stacey, that kind of got implemented right around the time that Hurricane Helene was hitting, or
Yeah.
like I first heard about it just after that, so it was right at that time.
Yeah,
And that's great for when you have no signal and it's an emergency.
it's a damn good thing that I use an Android with Odin software to get rid of dumb shit that I don't like on my phone, because if they did some of that shit to my Android phone, I'd be pretty pissed. Doesn't surprise you, honestly. It doesn't surprise me either, but for the sake of national security, certain things will have to be banned from Apple to stop the British, UK, whatever, from being able to access the information. They do have their own problems going on with their government, but I think that that is an extreme overreach, and somebody needs to put their ass in check. British people do not deserve the bullshit that they're putting up with from their government right now. I remember just, a couple years ago, I was sitting in a history class and they gave an entire example of why they should probably calm the fuck down. Citizens with phones isn't new. No, it isn't new. But like in our country, they have done it. They do it. But if they do, and they do it in an illegal way without a court order, you can sue the fuck out of them and get rich quick. That's a thing. See, the problem with certain states in the US is that they ban that kind of shit, and you have to have consent to record a different party. So it's really touchy in the US when you're recording people's stuff. Always be careful what you say on a landline phone because people are listening in. They absolutely could be, yeah. It's easy to freak a landline. Landlines are fucking trash. You can do it with a mobile phone too. I could turn my phone into a device that would intercept phone signals from around my phone, and then I could just like insert things into messages. So basically, you can intercept somebody's message, alter the message, and then push the message through the system. That is 100% something you can do. Which is why if you ever truly have something that is, oh damn it, I hate that. I accidentally turned my flashlight on my phone because I shook it. But if you truly have something that is like important that you don't want people knowing about, don't send it over your cell phone. Because somebody is going to know about it. There are no secrets on the internet. Southwestern Bell. We had Southwestern Bell before we got Alltel. Accidentally listening to conversations on phone while he was working on lines. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, I don't say anything that I'm worried about anybody knowing about. Like, everybody knows I'm an opinionated person. If I wanted to tell somebody to go fuck theirself, I would do so to their face. I don't care if they're a member of the government or not. And that's what I love about America. I have the right to do that. Southwestern Bell 2, you switched to AT&T. We swapped over to Alltel. Back before Verizon bought them out. Grant's email still ends with swbell.net, lol. I had a couple of AOL.com emails, America Online or whatever. We had that for a while. You've got mail. That shit is going to be in my head for the rest of my life. That and the sound of a dial-up computer connecting to the internet. Y'all want to talk about a noise that just absolutely triggered everything about my brain and all the things in the world that I hate? The fucking sound of dial-up connecting to the internet. That is the worst sound ever invented on the planet, period. Maybe the last year at your school to graduate from the area in Little Rock when it was still called Alltel Arena. Yeah. Still call it that sometimes to fuck with the younger generation, right? Let's see. Sometimes you call it Verizon Arena in the same conversation as all lol. That cracks me up. Apparently, Mexico's trying to sue Google for calling it the Gulf of America, but literally Apple and everybody else is doing the same thing. But what cracks me up is I guarantee you that somewhere in like Mexico's social and like GPS systems and whatnot, it probably calls Japan, Japan. And you know where you won't hear the name Japan?
Japan.
In Japan. Because that's not the fucking name. That's just what we call it.
Germany isn't called Germany.
Yeah. If you go to fucking Germany, you're not going to hear a German person called Germany, Germany in Germany. That's not what it is. That's just what we call it.
Shit, Germany's got so many names. It's got
I gave you a thing where you can call it whatever you want. See, that's what they should do. They should just give you the ability to edit the names of places on your own map. And that way you can just call it, you know, fuck off land or whatever if you want to.
And you can toggle to see the real name, but you can...
Yeah. I would meme the hell out of every name on the planet if that were a thing.
MapQuest is still...
It's Nihon or Nippon in Japan. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not Japan. That's not the name.
MapQuest is still alive.
Fucking apparently.
So, for me, here's the funny thing. I'm going to say it this way. Is the Gulf of America, what continent are we on? America. There are a lot of countries that call North and South America one continent, and it's just the American continent. Whatever. North, South America, it's still the American continent, either way.
Yeah.
What's extra funny is there are a lot of, especially Southern American...
It's not like we're calling it the Gulf of the United States.
Exactly. There's a lot, they reject us calling our country America because it's the continent, you know, so they don't call us Americans, they call us United Statesians. That's literally their name for us. Okay, cool, fine. It's like, so you guys are rejecting Gulf of America even though you say it's the continent of America, and shit, you know, that makes more sense than the Gulf of Mexico.
Yeah. If you call it the Gulf of America, you're naming it after an Italian man who never stepped foot here. If you call it the Gulf of America, you're naming it after the continents of North and South America, which is where it's situated between.
I set foot on islands that were in the Gulf, to be fair, kind of in the Gulf and the Atlantic, right in that area.
If they're gonna like narrow down the things that it's between, then they can call it the Gulf of Mexas for all I care. But the point is, the name of it has nothing to do with the United States. We are the United States of America, but we are just the United States that are located in America.
And that's what
North America. That's where the name comes from.
People are mad about is that we call ourselves American. Like,
we are American.
Right.
That's like calling an African an African.
well, they'll try to make that argument. They're like, we're Americans too, like South America. It's like,
I mean, they're South Americans, yeah. We're North Americans.
yeah, it's just people.
Give people something stupid to argue about while you do other stuff behind the scenes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. It's all distractions. I don't know if you know anything about sleight of hand, Stacy, but it's getting someone's attention here while you're doing what you want here. Like, it's misdirection. It's literally like a very easy tactic to implement against people. I know because I've done it. I've picked pockets. I used to pick my brother's pockets all the time. I picked my dad's pocket. I picked everybody's pocket. Like, I'm not stupid, just incensed. I think it's all hilarious. It's a meme at this point. I don't much give a flying shit what they do. As far as I'm concerned, there are no truly uncorrupt politicians. Everybody has an agenda, and they don't always tell you exactly what that agenda is. So, not about the Gulf. Don't give two shits about. Yeah, I don't give two flying fucks about the Gulf of Mexico. or Gulf of America or whatever you want to call it.
I mean, more often than not, we just call it the Gulf or the Gulf Coast.
They're all slimy. Yeah. Yeah. And that's another thing. Most people don't even call it the Gulf of Mexico or the Gulf of America. They're just like, oh, it's down off the Gulf Coast or down in the Gulf. Like they just, people will always use as few syllables as they possibly can to get the like point across of what they're talking about.
My favorite example is it seems in a way sometimes it's the Brits that'll be yelling about the Gulf of Mexico and America, and I'm just like, sweetie, look up what other countries call the English Channel, because it ain't the English Channel.
Right.
There's 5 or 6 of the most major languages in Europe call it the sleeve in their respective languages. It's okay to have multiple names for a place.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's like there's so many things. If you go across the GPS and start looking at other countries, if you look at a printed American globe and you go look at names of things in the Middle East and Europe and all of that, I guarantee you 80 to 90% of those names, if you go to those places, are not what they're called in those places. That's just what we call them. Which is why it cracks me up, because everybody's making such a big deal about it. And I'm like, but we've been doing that since fucking forever. That's literally what we do. We've always done it. And it's never been a problem till now. I do gotta use the restroom though, so I'll be right back. Also, where'd this orange ribbon come from?
No, not together. Undo the knot you just did in that.
Huh?
Undo the knot you just did in
I
that.
didn't do it now.
You had done, but you must have undone. Yeah.
No, I pretended to do that. I went like this. I went,
Yeah, you,
and then I went like this, but then I went.
yes, I know, but
Yeah,
then I
just
saw
go
like a
this,
little
and
nudge.
let it
It's not much.
flip.
Go do what you were gonna do.
It was a magic knot.
It's adorable.
Mr. X.
Stacy, it's probably, and this isn't a personal thing, it's probably because your foot smells a lot, you know, not bad, but you know, a lot like you, and the cat likes you, so yeah. It's a whole thing with cats.
Oh my god. This guy he had a pet squirrel for a couple of years, and he went to have it taxidermied, and they fucked it up and gave it googly eyes because they screwed it up. And that's his pet squirrel now. Yeah. Googly eyes, though? Like, what the fuck?
There's also the chance that that's not a real that he could have added the googly eyes, like,
I mean, maybe, but they did a very bad job on that.
oh, it's a terrible job. Like, I don't
To be
taxidermy.
fair, if we ever had taxidermies, the only way that they could exist would be with googly eyes. Because that's funny. Like, I don't
Fisky, you want to
see
be
it.
taxidermy?
No, you will not be taxidermying any of my pets. That is unacceptable.
I want a pet squirrel.
I used to have a pet squirrel. He was a little asshole. We saved him because my grandpa accidentally burnt like most of our woods down, and there were some baby squirrels in a nest, and we took one of them and we named him Chip, and we used to feed him every day. And it got to where he would come to our porch every day, get food, and run off with it. And then when he had babies, he would bring them to the porch to get their food, and they would get it and run off. And then became like 5 or 6 squirrels that would just run up and be like, okay, it's time to grab some food, and they sort
then-
through their little nuts or
Which is
whatever, and then take off.
awful for their survival if you guys ended up either stop feeding them or moved or.
I mean, we owned the land and the property.
I'm just
and everything
saying
when we
they're
grew up
lucky
there, so.
because
But I mean, they still went out and foraged for random shit all the time.
In
Like
theory.
they would only get a little bit every day off the porch. It's not like we.
that's still cute. You named the squirrel Chip.
Well, yeah, Chippendale Rescue Rangers.
There were chipmunks. They weren't squirrels.
Yeah, well, you know what? We were like 8 at the time, so they looked like Chippendale. He was a chip.
Well, he just likes probably the smell of people.
Yeah, he's probably got a weird thing for like sweat. I I've got. What the hell you did?
Stab myself with glass.
You should probably remove that screen protector at this point. We'll order
Okay,
the
can you
one.
give me a second while I pull this out?
You need some tweezers. I have very
I got
fine
it.
tweezers.
I got it. It was a big piece. So anyway,
Remove that screen protector and I'll order you one.
we have one somewhere.
I don't know where that somewhere is,
Alright.
but
What's the best way to take it off? Like just peel? I need keys. Yes, okay. I was pushing out any blood. Interesting. Nobody's going to understand this, I would assume, in the, oh, I hope I didn't have another slice in there. Anyway, the
lucky I have
LA fire chief has been fired by the stupid ass mayor in LA.
specific tools for removing.
Yeah, in my own head, I'm just thinking razor blade.
Well, yeah, but you don't want to scratch the screen underneath.
Pretty sure it's cracked. We've been needing to replace that thing for a while. Maybe we go. You wanted to go to the game store, so maybe we go Walmart game store later.
Oh, yeah, there's screen underneath it.
I told you.
Listed all the way down in the
I
top.
we figured that one out. I'm just glad that I think that one like crushed spot is not crushed on my phone. Can I have that, please? It's not going to push back in. Oh, thank you. Yeah, that protector saved my screen so much from because you saw that one spot that I had, right? Yeah. Yeah, it's only cracked. Oh, it's cracked down here.
All the way to the corner.
Well, just this is more what I'm
It
talking
looked
about.
like it got crushed on that corner, and that's where the crack came from.
I don't know. I know this crack's been here for a while. I didn't realize that I'd have that done, but that's okay.
You can't just say that and stop. Wait, what? Oh yeah, the fire guy or whatever.
Yeah, so back with the LA fires that happened, there was a lot going on between the dumbass mayor and the fire chief, and from everyone I followed, they appreciated the fire chief, and it's the mayor who's stupid. And there was a point where they thought she terminated the fire chief, but yes, the fire chief has now been fired effective immediately. There will be a press conference. And yeah. She was fired because she, according to the mayor's trying to, they've been blaming each other for those fires. The mayor's like, oh, they could have had 1,000 extra firefighters on and it wouldn't have been so bad. And I wasn't briefed properly. And yeah. So yeah, it's been the black mayor versus the lesbian fire chief. Both women, obviously.
Your bet's on the, what the hell?
Well, yeah, the lesbian's the one that got fired.
Anyway, you're going food hunting? Have a good one, Stacy. We appreciate you coming by, you nerd. Let us know if you need anything. Can't do much, but we'll help if we can.
Hooters prepares for bankruptcy. Mm. Looking at my USPS thing, it's now saying expected delivery tomorrow.
Interesting.
Yeah. It only just arrived at the post office 20 minutes ago.
Oh, that's weird, seeing as they sent me a freaking email this morning saying they had it.
Yeah,
So.
It arrived actually here at 1:21 p.m. It was in transit.
Very strange.
It's not like, can I go pick it up?
This way, maybe? Wrong one. I'm such an asshole. Uh, I'll leave that alone for now.
What are you doing?
Oh, I was fucking talking shit in the damn Discord. Lol. Script. I have an enemy script folder, I think. Let's see, that's my auto load, combat, equipment, player resources UI. I guess we need a enemy one. Just migrating everything from the project I was working on to this one. I have to change the shit to make it work right. But I also got to make sure my naming conventions and everything match what it should be.
I didn't know you were live in your other.
What?
I did not know you were live in your
Oh, yeah, should be. YouTube and Twitter, yeah. To the best of my knowledge, nobody's commented on either one, but well, I can see it on my Twitter. It got one like. There's 6 people on my Twitter, though, that are just hanging out. Well,
Yeah, Twitter's still looking flat.
Yeah, no, it doesn't, but I have my thing here.
Interesting. I messaged and it didn't pop. I see yours, but yours didn't see mine.
That is weird.
Unless it has something to do with the fact that my account is locked.
Oh, maybe if you're on private, it won't show up.
Maybe, but it should show up for you.
You would think. That's weird. I'm not too worried about that though.
No, but it would be good to know. Because either you can't see it on there, which is possible. Interesting.
Yeah, see it on those.
You can see it, but you couldn't see it because I guess the tab was on idle or
Maybe because I'm watching. I'm trying to.
so people could have been talking.
Oh well.
Yeah, interesting. Anyway,
If they want to actually talk to me, they can come over to Twitch and say hello or YouTube.
whatever. I got them all pulled up, so
It's not my fault their multi-chat doesn't work with OBS. Let me see here. What point does that turn into a little gray dude? Fellas, please. The horse is beaten. We're funny. Mm. Oof. Mm. Your B.
Amazon is 2-ish stops away. I said earlier. Baby.
Hello, hello. How are you doing? How are you doing?
Iron is smoking whomever is in Discord talking to him through his wireless headset.
Ah.
Out there, so make another trip.
I knew it wouldn't. I'm going with you because it includes cat litter.
Rude. I can bring in cat litter.
Yeah, last time you freaking fell down.
I didn't fall down. The cat litter pulled me down because it made me top heavy. Also, hello, Bob. Hey, where's my
Who's in Discord?
Bob?
Hello, hello.
Oh, hi, Bob. I didn't know who it was, so I'm like, whoever it is. You're good, baby. Yeah, it wasn't that, but thank you.
I help anyway.
Yeah.
Don't forget your inhalers over there.
Yeah.
Probably need to use my inhaler.
Yeah.
How you been, Bob? Bob's been out of the country for a little while, I think. So we haven't
Good.
got to hang out with him too much. Oh my god, why are your windows so tiny?
Great question.
Everything's so little. There you go. Do you have a low resolution on your screen, or?
I just don't think I changed the resolution yet with anything.
Oh, that's fair.
Just the default. It's just the default. Mac. I can zoom in if you would like as well.
Oh no, I mean I can see it fine. It just looks like everything's like very close together.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
Yeah. Oh, whoa, that's you can hold control and oh well, you got a Mac, never mind. Whatever function that would be, you can zoom in and out with the mouse wheel.
Yeah, this command.
Yeah, there you go. I don't use a Mac, so I don't not familiar with it. Oh, what up, Tux? We have a Tux.
Hi, Tux.
Pop in. I'm working right now, but I figured if you have any questions or need some guidance or
Oop.
stuff, I'd be here to answer that.
Yeah,
That's fair.
I'm just gonna go read through the main script and just comment it and see what exactly is up, and try and figure out what all this code that has been written actually does.
Yeah,
That's
I'll be here if you need any clarification because sometimes it can get very in the weeds.
convoluted.
Got it.
In a way, you're like, why is this done like this? And I can explain it.
Based
know?
on name. I'm just putting a comment on basically all the functions just to like define what they do. So it helps me helps me realize what they do later when we call them basically.
Yep.
So load scene loads the scene based on the name. At least that's my understanding. Create variable. Okay, cool. All of that's pretty self-explanatory. Just gonna. All of these are pretty self-explanatory, but I might as well just create the switch scenes based on.
I think I'm gonna do this a different way, maybe.
It's just the switch scene. Yeah, I don't think this really needs to be commented. Scenes. This variable. Arc of the active. Iron Lord. Line 20 right here. Do you
Yeah, what
think
about it?
that this is to the line 20 what I have highlighted? Do you think this is to keep track of the current scene? Because I think that's my understanding of what
Let's see.
the variable is doing.
Current scene's name. It looks like it's setting the name of the scene to home, or setting the scene to home.
Okay.
So basically, it's taking the current scene that you're on, and then setting that scene as or scene names.home. So it's like setting the value of that,
Okay, so it's setting the name of
the scene that's currently active, I guess.
yeah, keeping track of the current scene. I think that's
Yeah.
I think that's an adequate explanation. This variable. Dun, dun, dun.
That variable seems to load a dictionary of all the available scenes.
Yeah. Loads of dictionary of all available scenes. Yeah. Of all available scenes. Cool. Okay, switch scenes. We.
That's not what I wanted to do with that.
Okay. Print switching scene. This is for like debugging, right? Right here. Yeah. This is just debugging. Right?
Let's see here. So
25 to 28 is just debugging if the thing doesn't work. Right? Print switching scene too.
kind of, because the 27 line is just a debug, but 28 is what actually does the work. So 26
Yeah,
and
it
20.
returns it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Debugging, but and this is actually what does the work right here. Switching. No, isn't 24 what actually does the work though?
No, that
And then this
declares the function. The print just
switching
does
scene
what-
too.
It just debug, right?
Yeah.
And then the work actually
Yeah, it's
starts on
26 and 28.
30.
Oh, it starts at line 30. Okay. I see.
Line 26 just says, if we're trying to switch to the same scene, just ignore it.
Yeah. Okay, that's what I thought.
Mhm. Yep.
30 control. If not the target loaded scene.
Basically, if we
Target
try to
loaded
get the loaded
scene.
scene and it turns null, then, well, something went wrong. But if it is, then we're good. So let's actually load that scene.
Var current scene. Controls loaded scene.
Could definitely be as if target loaded scene is not null.
Yeah, it's not low null, basically.
Yeah. It's just.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Give me
Give you what?
your wrist or something.
Makes sense.
Why are you attempting to rat on me? What is this bullshit? Adorable, but why? What is this? Ah.
Target loaded scene. Bar current scene.
I can move.
Control loaded scene.
I don't really know how it's supposed to be different from a Sharpie, but
It's basically a Sharpie.
it's basically a Sharpie now.
Streaming at the moment, but you're lurking. I appreciate the lurk, Luna. Thank you.
This is the medium. They have other sizes, and these are the kind where you can get like a stick on, it develops, and ta-da, you have it's basically a fancy temporary tattoo.
Gee,
Just draw it on my eyelids and just have,
could do, yeah.
well, depending on toxicity, I probably wouldn't want it near my eyes.
Should be non-toxic.
Well, yes, however. Made in Canada. I imagine it probably says, let's see. Do not apply to face, neck, upper chest, intimate areas, or sensitive skin. Upper chest, so like you can't, interesting. Or neck.
Okay, if the current target scene is already loaded, otherwise loaded.
Interesting. Do not apply more than twice in the same location until tattoo has fully faded. Can cause allergic reaction. All right, make sure you don't have an allergic reaction. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'll check here. Maybe that's what this says. That's what Tux just explained.
Alright, load it, otherwise load it. Attempting to switch. Oh, yeah.
Scene.
Apparently Krusty's doing a commit of some kind, so we might want to pull that before we update anything too much.
Yeah.
The hell? Oh,
So you can
weird, man.
hygienically.
I mean, it's just like I'm just
Raw.
commenting this. I can just copy paste the
Yeah.
comments into the actual code. I don't think we're changing very much. We're just adding comments.
Yeah.
Don't think it'll impact it too much.
They have different sizes. I went for the medium, but they have fine, medium, bold, and a shader.
Okay, yeah, we could just pull what he has. Yeah, we're just commenting. On our way commenting through.
Yep.
I will pull. Let me close out of this actually. Let me go back. Hood. Download. I am re-downloading and reopening all of this. Cool. Let me reopen it and reshare. Once it loads. Me.
Let's try that a different way.
Let's create dictionary. Let's see. Let me full screen this again. Currency name. Currency name. You could keep currency. Scene function. Load scene based on ends with first.
No. That doesn't stay on very well, does it?
I mean, we didn't prep the skin at all, so it does. It's just, it's not a Sharpie. There's the box.
Spray.
You're supposed to like clean stuff. I don't know. Oh, the box is up on my desk, so it takes 10 minutes for it to quote unquote develop. Let me see what happened.
No, it's just put my hand down and like
Oh,
fading.
interesting. I also don't think I was very thick with it, but we'll see. Mine's doing okay.
Well, yeah, but see, I'm using my mouse and it's like rubbing it.
So it probably would stay on if you were to not do that. So we'd probably just mess with it somewhere
Well,
else.
it's probably not the best place for it when I'm.
I just stole a hand. It just randomly inked you up.
You thiefed.
Thief or gift?
Both.
Our target. Our current scene. In, get the cutscene. Current scene. Current scene. Get the current scene. Use current scene name. Okay, this goes here.
And try and do this a different way.
Sorry, I'm not talking that much. I'm just trying to read through it and get a good understanding of what's going on.
You're good. You're over here reading through all of the code. Most of the time when I'm working on the game, if it's working and I don't need to touch it to add something, it just sits there until I need to touch it. So even I haven't read every single line of code in the project.
I'm just trying to get like a good understanding. So, because I've not been here since like the first like 2 days of the project, so I have no idea what's going on.
Oh, you're good.
So I'm just trying to read through it and try to understand what the functions are trying to do.
Have you ever worked with Godot before?
I'm not.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you
There's a Frosty, yeah.
Oh, hello.
Hello, I'm just chilling too. I misread too. You're looking at the main section, which I'm not really touching, so you're totally good. I'm in the battle manager right now, so.
I'm just commenting through the main, trying to get my bearings.
Yeah.
Because I haven't been here since the second day, so.
Oh, I know. Yeah, it's like a lot. We're moving kind of quick, so there's definitely, definitely a lot has happened in that time.
Frosty's a
I'm supposed to be working
fucking monster.
working on today, but then of course Bob had to find that weird login bug on Mac.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Hey, but at least it was very nice on Mac. It's very nice with a new API integration. So I think that's what you worked on yesterday. So
Yeah, Ken worked
At least
on
that works
API
now.
integration.
It was definitely a good testament to like, yeah, you definitely fixed the missing one that was needed. Of course, it was like the one that wasn't already done, you know. But
Oh, of
like,
course. It's like I implemented the one that was already done. It's like it had a speed up when we were already logged in,
mhm.
but it still was extremely slow when you need it to off. So
Yeah, right.
okay, I need to add this other call in order to get it feature parity and everything. I did
I
not go to
think
bed for a while that night because
I think
I was working at half speed.
I think we figured it out pretty quickly that it was because we weren't getting a response from the I think the server or something like that, because it was like
Unable to
0.
connect was
Yeah,
the
unable to
info
connect,
error
yes.
that it was throwing. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So it was still kind of like device specific, like at the network level, it seemed like it was struggling.
Yeah, it was device specific, not the server itself. So
How'd you solve that, by the way? I'm just curious.
I used Ken's API.
Ah, okay.
That was all I did is switch to the new API. Like, you know what? I could bang my head against getting this to work, figuring out exactly why, or I could use the API that Ken has crafted and see if it just solves the issue.
Yeah, Ken's
You know?
API did solve the problem. Did solve the issue very
Absolutely beautifully.
It works
Definitely, yeah.
perfectly fine.
Yeah, definitely a testament to like, yeah, just seeing the data flow so much easier when you aren't worried about like all the weird like,
Mm,
adding the headers and getting the response and all that, and instead you can just think about what was I supposed to get back, like data wise, like what do I actually
Yep.
care about? Yeah.
I was while defining the schema, since the login one has two responses, I didn't realize you had to separate them out for what type of schema you could see.
Yep.
So when I first did it, it was returning an error. There was an invalid schema, so I had to separate them out with an OR.
Yeah, that was smart. Yeah, that was a good one. Which
Down.
shows a better way to express unions basically inside of Godot, but alas, we can't. So we just got to do our best to work around it. That's what it
For
is.
sure. You know, we do what we do in order to make things work, and honestly, your code was fairly clean. And you know, I read the code, understood it, and was
Enough to implement the new one on the fly, right? Like, that's a good sign.
exactly, yeah.
Very good sign. Yeah, I was very encouraged by that. I was like, okay, that's at least some kind of testament to it not being like too crazy or like weirdly confusing or anything. It was mostly sensible, and I got to admit, some of that is a little bit boilerplatey and stuff because it has to be just to accommodate the problem that we're trying to solve within the limitation of the tools. You know, it is what it is.
And
So I was very encouraged.
it may also be it could also be that I'm just extremely good at what I do, and
That too. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt that.
it was like,
Yeah.
oh, okay, I got this.
Heft.
Uh-huh.
Imagine pretending any of us have skill and we're not just beating it with a stick till it does what we want.
We're just doing whatever we can.
Yep.
The things go to work.
Now, if Iron Lord or Bobbis Hunting is able to understand all that gobbledygook and the API mess that we have,
Yeah, right.
then we know that we've got a winner.
Yeah, right.
Where is that?
Oh no. Oh no. What have you done?
That would be in the scripts API folder.
Maybe we'll take a look later.
Yeah.
What does Q-Free do?
Q3 destroys an actor from the memory. So a lot of time,
Be released from
memory, yeah.
Basically, hey, I'm not using this anymore. Release this memory at the next garbage collection dump, please.
Yeah, a lot of people have a really bad habit of using remove child from scene, but that doesn't free something from memory. So Q3 will actually remove it from the memory, yeah.
Yeah,
Got it.
there is a valid use case for remove child without removing it.
Well, yeah, if you're like using a pool or whatever.
Well, and for the scenes themselves, like, yeah, this entire function is designed to like give you the option if you need that, like if it's relevant to you. The default is to actually just do remove child, where it is stopped. Like if it's hidden, then running processes still run. But if you remove child, it will stop where it is. But you don't pull it out of memory because otherwise, every time they switch scenes, especially against common scenes, like going from battle to home to battle to home to battle, like you'd be reloading it every time, and that
right.
That for no reason.
That would be memory thrashing 101.
Absolutely.
That sounds like something a certain game we know
Yeah, exactly.
Stream raiders, yeah, how you gotta reload the units every time you load into the battle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You
Now-
know, we should just name it the game that shall not be named.
To be fair, part of that is because you load into the battle, it saves whatever units are there, but then when you leave the battle and come back, it has to load all the new battle or all the new units that have been added since the last time you were there. So it has to do like an update or whatever. So
That slowdown might just be waiting for network, and there's not. Like, that's a good example of like where it probably just needs a simple loading state or whatever when you first
Yeah.
get the battle, because of course you
Just
have to load the units in. You know?
put you a nice throbber right there on the front of it. Yeah,
Put a nice juicy throbber in the middle of this.
that's what they're called. My wife just looked at me and all. Yeah, it's crazy. It cracks me up that they call them throbbers. Like, that's the best fucking thing ever.
Remember having this conversation with a coworker a while back about this exact same thing. Really?
You know, what we
Rubber.
could do is we could just have one of the units just like running in place while we load something. That would be a
Yeah, exactly. It could be. I like that, like something thematic that isn't just a generic spinner.
yeah.
Yeah.
Could just do like just the walking animation of one of the units on like a little like loading modal that's like a square in the center of the screen or something. You know, something simple or move it up. To the
You
side.
could do something similar to like the Google loading screen where you get an error, but then you get to play the little dinosaur game where you jump over shit while you're waiting on it to load. Yeah, beep,
Isn't that one
beep,
of those
beep.
things though that like the idea of mini games during loading scenes is actually like patented or something by some company from
Yeah, yeah,
20 years ago or something. They never let it go, and people like hate them for it. Yeah.
yeah.
Like,
Yeah, it's totally a thing.
you're actually not allowed to put mini games in your loading screens because of them.
Yep.
That sucks.
But that's why you don't call it a loading screen. It's just a delay between one
Yeah.
point and the next. You have to play a mini game to be able to get into this section of the game.
It's like a capture, but it's like
Yeah.
a mini game to play.
Yeah.
Hey, that'll stop the bots.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's funny. It's funny. Speaking of bots too, that'll be a separate thing. I think most of that we fixed through like rate limiting and stuff, and also we don't worry too much about that. Like, I'm looking at the design of the endpoints from a pure data perspective, right? Like looking at the API docs, you can say, okay, if I have my token that I pulled out of the game, I can just use this like a user now. I could just start hitting endpoints. So if we just assume from that lens, anybody can and will do that, especially the crafty ones, particularly because it's going to be available on web and finding those network calls is super easy on web. So be it. So I think the main thing is just when it comes to like checking a lobby, say for like the units or for any of the lobby information, I think a rate limit on that is honestly most of what it would take. Like an average user, if you were to like jump into a battle, look at it and go, maybe I don't want to join that after all, and then you leave, you might take 5-10 seconds. If like you've got a bot trying to scan a bunch of them to see what was like the juiciest one to join, if you throttle it there where you just say, look, if you're a user, you can only like see a new battle that you haven't seen yet for like a 5 to 10 second interval. Otherwise, you get 429. And I think if we just something simple like that should be enough for the most egregious stuff to begin. I think. Open to other ideas or thoughts on that.
I think with the juicy targets, because my friends and I did create a bot back in like 2020 and then just decided to like play around with it because it was just so easy to do.
Yeah,
We just did it for fun. We just did it with like hooks. We just did it with like large captains, like above like we had like a like 20,000 power or whatever. We had like a threshold, so we're like one flight won't do anything because it's 100 power. But the way we did it was with the you could see it where the captains were without even joining them. There's like a way to just pull all the captains' requests, like the location of all the captains somehow from the JSON. So you didn't even need to join the captains to do that. So because I think sent all of them out to everyone who didn't even need to know where everyone was. You just needed to know where 3 captains were.
Let's think this lens really quick here. I'm gonna put in the kind of like chat here. Should just be this. I'll fix it if it's not. But yeah. Okay. If you go there, that's like this will get off eventually where it'll be like at least like a password for us to see it or something. But for now, since no one knows, it's fine. But you can see the like surface of the entire backend API right now.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's auto-generated from the actual like code that runs, so it's like coupled one-to-one with it.
Perhaps we should put a password on it within the next couple of days, because
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, once we start demoing it and showing people.
Once we start demoing it, we'll be going the API with once you connect to it, right? It will show like the Chrome, and it'll have like the URL like tempcanfrosty.com or whatever. So
it's designed to make easy requests. Yeah, like this. We probably can't really treat any of the endpoints themselves as secrets. Like
exactly,
especially on the web build, particularly, it's as easy as opening the network tab and seeing where it's going.
Yeah.
Everyone's gonna know where it's querying, right? So in fact, a good mental we don't want to invite people to see this, but a good mental exercise is assume these docs were public. How could we still prevent like egregious bot like shenanigans? Main thing is this: if you look at the open lobbies one, like the get open lobbies, that's like fundamental to see, hey, who can I go play with? Yeah. And it shows things like just here's the lobby ID and here's the like details, like metadata about the lobby, not necessarily anything about the units yet or anything within it, but like 100%. The metadata. Right now, there is no.
We also shouldn't, if we use a chest analogy or something about double rewards for this battle or something like that, we should not reveal that in the metadata that gets transferred to the client.
Yes, 100%, because that's what everyone uses to see where everyone is.
That's where. Yeah. As someone who got so tired of the bots that they downloaded the bot client just to see how it worked, I can tell you, chests were very high in the priority, and you could jump around to different streams that were working on a certain chest,
Right.
And that's how I was botted too, is they would see, oh, you're working on this chest, we'll go pop over to you. So of course, when I was going down my path, when there are a huge amount of bots on my stream, I would have to cater to the bots, otherwise I wouldn't be able to complete the map.
Yeah, like that's also an example of just incentives, like
like was the loyalty system implemented at that point? Just curious.
Yeah, it was.
Okay, then they don't know how to bot correctly.
I know. There was a lot of. Well, here's the thing: you could have your favorites, and it would stick on your favorites a lot and everything. There was a huge algorithmic experience within the bot. I dove really deep into it to see the inner workings of it. I still have the bot. I wouldn't really want to use it because last thing I want to do is get banned in the last few weeks of Streamators.
Well.
But yeah, kind of got a shadow ban on my player account for experimenting with it to figure out how it worked. So yeah. Because
the thing about the
combat something, you need to see how the thing works.
Well, I'm like saying, look through this lens of like if you see an open API and you're like, all right, what would someone want? So on one hand, yes, incentives were a big part of that. Like you've got this rare thing that could happen that is valuable more, and for the time spent, you get more out of it, and you need to rotate between people to get it. Okay, that's bad enough. What made it particularly problematic though too was actually the fact that like having bots show up in your battle is one thing, like it's maybe a nuisance. The problem is the entire system built around power scaling. Yes, that was the real problem more than anything else. So like that.
The whole failing 3 battles in a row got extremely frustrating.
That shit was annoying as hell, yeah. That's why a lot of captains would run a few offline battles before they even went live, just to be able to get the difficulty back down.
Everything about all of those things combined reeks of something way deeper was wrong.
Yeah. And they never attempted. Yeah.
What the losing experience felt like, particularly when you get that all the way back to the beginning.
See, as a captain, right? You're placing bots on my stream. Well, who cares as long as they don't affect the fun of my players, right?
Exactly.
As soon if you're following the plans that I have set, and you're placing units down and my players are having fun, then there's nothing lost in that contract, right? But as soon as you're chest hunting or something like that, and we have 200 units in one battle and then 6 units in the next battle, all of a sudden that makes a very frustrating experience for both the captain.
Yeah, assuming that the difficulty of the battle is affected by it, and that the outcome of the battle being more difficult is problematic.
Yes,
Like,
and
they
that's
should
when I
have-
was having those huge swings, like 50 versus 200 units.
They
And-
Yeah.
Yeah.
did something with like the standard deviation, like how if they're like 2 standard deviations away from the like three game like mean.
All they had to do,
Mhm.
and I told this to Brad when he was doing coding and working on the game, was to take the last 5 battles that a player run, because no matter what point you are on a campaign map, you'll only ever be within distance of 1, maybe 2 of the loyalty items, but then you'd have 3 normal maps where there wouldn't be any bots. You could have taken the last 5 maps, ignored the highest placing map, so it would have been where the bots were placing, and based the difficulty off the other 4.
Oh yeah, that's exactly what I'm
Like-
saying. You just ignore. You take the standard
Yeah.
deviation. If it's more than
Yeah.
like 2 standard deviations on the loyalty chest, you just remove it from.
Yeah.
If it looks like an anomaly, remove it. It would have been.
Yeah.
It would have been a very easy solution. At that point, I would have put a hash. I would have put a bots welcome tag on.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
fucking, yeah.
Yeah.
No one like it's just because it influences like other players negatively, and that's
Yes.
not what you
Yeah,
want.
and even right now from our initial design is like the spawn, the enemy spawns will be reactive. That's a
Yeah.
distinct difference that goes a long way. There's a lot of fun I think that comes with that, but on top of that, it means it's balanced, right? So it's like if a bunch of bots drop, okay, what you're fighting against is getting bigger during that time, but all the bot units are still there, and the idea is that our choices and how we algorithmically respond to it are reasonable. So if it's a bunch of level 1 units, okay, maybe it's a bunch of level 1 bots, or for every 2 that are spawned, it's 1 bot that we spawn, and so on. No big deal. The next battle, when they all leave, like again, that's even assuming they were incentivized to be there in the first place. Well, who cares if next battle you go and drop and it's 10 people this time, and you have an appropriately scaled battle because only an appropriate number of enemies spawn throughout that entire process.
That's the goal, yeah.
And as long as people aren't botting to bring up their unit count in battles, and stuff like that.
Well, I mean, even if they are, like,
Yeah.
it doesn't really matter because it's going to be reactive and it's not going to impact players negatively, because if they don't do it in the next fight, the difficulty's still going to be reactive in that fight for what's placed. So,
Well, yeah, and imagine you play like support, like you're a newer support player, and there's 10 of you otherwise. Well, this battle, a bunch of bots dropped in, whatever. Well, now suddenly you get more accolades as a support
Yeah.
because like you actually
Yeah.
have things to heal that time and stuff. So there's ways we can still make it not only not negatively effective, but even better.
Rewards and stream raiders was such that if there were a ton of bots, a lot of the legitimate players wouldn't get rewards because the bots were taking.
Right.
That was
Right. I think that like limited pool per team and you divvy it out is silly for a lot of other reasons, but definitely is
Yeah.
worse when you have
Yeah.
bots involved too.
I
was looking
don't-
at an old,
I think the
Stream
limited
Raiders
pool-
website where someone was really upset about bots, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they were railing about some of these points, so.
I don't think there should be a reward system like there was in Stream Raiders, where like you have 200 people placing on the battlefield, or 2,000 even, and 4 of them get rewards. Like that's kind of ridiculous. I think everybody, yeah, it should. Well, everybody who participates should have the equal opportunity for the reward, and it should just be distributed amongst everybody in the battle. Not, oh hey, there's 4 of you that might get this, plus 10 scrolls for a musketeer or something. Like that's crazy.
I
There's-
think the incentive behind that was because they wanted to. Because like I asked like the CTTV team back in like beta or alpha about why those rewards existed. It was to like encourage people to go to the stream of the captain.
Yeah, and be able to do it for like channel points and stuff. But there weren't enough of the rewards.
Yeah, there wasn't enough. The thing is I'll be streaming, right? And I know that these people are watching my stream, and yet they still get the rewards when I randomly distribute versus the ones who are actively chatting in my stream.
I feel like if we wanted to give the rewards, we should do it like we should actually have to have the people in the Twitch chat in order for them to get the rewards. Which is-
So
There should definitely be either a multiplier or a bonus.
the
or
best way you can do this,
activity.
the best way you can do this is with a simple check to see, is this person, because you log in with Twitch to play the game, are they in this person's stream? Like you can do the API to see if they're even watching that person.
There's some lag on
So-
it. It's not a super good real time, but
Well, if you're running 30-minute battles, it shouldn't be.
If we have a real-time bot that posts in these channels, we could scrape chat messages and be able to just do that as a activity indicator too. You know?
I was gonna say like one thing for sure would be if they've actually spoken in chat. You don't want to encourage people to go spam something, but like if, to be fair, if there's a little bit of a carrot to be like at least go in there and say hi, that way
Yeah.
Yeah.
you're in the pool. Well, even if it's a little disingenuous, at least as a streamer, your chat's more active now. At least you got something to go off of.
Yeah.
It gives you a chance to talk to them and connect to them, even if their initial motives weren't like the purest. I think that's probably still a good thing. I think that opens the doors the right way.
Yeah.
Exactly. And even if
It's an icebreaker.
if we
Yeah, icebreaker. Yeah.
we could even have it so they could just say, just dropping in chat to get the watch reward.
Yeah, or
whatever.
GL kind of thing, or like popping in, just be like, okay, can't wait to see the battle. Like,
Yeah.
that's why they're there. But at
You
least
just
they're
jump it in, be like, hey,
active.
coming to get the bag. Let's go. They get a multiplier for hanging out with the streamer.
That also helps with lurkers or something too.
Yep.
Like, you know, there could be bots that post things in chat for you as well, but
Well, yeah, but see, the good thing about that is that you can ban them from chat, and then they'll never be able to get that bonus again.
Yeah, there you go. Right.
exactly.
Do we want to do it if we go that route? Do we want to do it like once every hour or how
Yeah, I would say
exactly
like
would we do
some
that?
reasonable
30 minutes to an hour, yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, when it's time to divvy up rewards, just you'd query those chat records and say
or like
who's spoken in the last 40 minutes or something, whatever the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't even think we need to keep track of the messages. We could just query like
Yeah.
the names.
Just,
So we
Yeah, just the names, that's all you need.
Timestamp type of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. We just
you-
need Excel, like not
yeah.
Excel, like a CSV file probably.
Yeah.
Right.
Database.
Database.
It would just live in the database. Yeah.
I was about to say, couldn't you do like a dictionary or something where it pulls the names of people in chat and then matches it to the people who placed?
I mean,
And it's just like a dictionary of, yeah.
that you'd use. It wouldn't be like a dictionary format. It'd be just a regular table you'd query on, but it'd be like an index column on the login, and you would just
Yeah, yeah.
You would go. You would basically probably cross-reference captain's channel username of chatter in order to get that particular row. It'd probably be a group of 2 rows in order to make a key.
Yeah, and then you just see if they commented in chat and if they placed in the battle. If both of those things are true, multiplier.
Twitch give you the timestamp of the actual chat
Yeah.
message, and so you could just say, look for all the people for this particular captain who just completed their battle.
Mm-hmm.
Get the names of all the logins that chatted in the last 45 minutes, and then out of
Yep.
the members that fought with them, which ones of them qualify, and then that they could get bonuses.
Exactly.
The
1
cheerleader
maybe
bonus,
like
right?
1.5 of like whatever.
Whatever. Yeah, that's one thing too. Is we just go by like, in general, the philosophy is that we don't really take things away from people for the most part. There's just whatever would have been the bad outcome is your baseline, and then all of the positive stuff are just bonuses on the baseline.
Yeah,
Exactly.
We could even get subscriber status, and if they're a sub to the channel, we could even add in a little extra bonus for that.
I don't know that I would do that because there right now with the way the economy is, there's just too many people that can't afford to do that would get really pissed off and be like, oh, hey, now it's pay to win. If you're getting bonuses for, any bonus, they're going to complain about it. I guarantee it. Anytime that money is involved and somebody getting a little bit ahead, like,
Yeah, you can give them like trim or like things that are cosmetic on that
Yeah.
board or within the battle is a great way to do that. So it's like a healthy way to incentivize them, monetize for the streamer, but then at the same time, like, yeah, no one feels like the gameplay itself is effective.
yeah. So like on the right hand side, you know how they used to have a list of everybody that placed in the battle on Stream Murders? Anybody that subscribed, those names could have like a gold border around them or something to highlight the subscribers.
Just to highlight that.
Yeah.
Yep. I agree.
And that way you're not Because any time that there's any kind of like advantage to spending money, that's a bad thing. Like,
Yeah, and it could be like a separate metric too. Like you could have a, if we keep track of things like all kinds of stuff. How many, how much damage have your units sustained in battles with that captain? How much have
Right.
all this stuff, right? That we're gonna slice up in any which way. Some subset of that could be where you a subscriber at the time, and so then you could display that in ways where you could say, of course, your normal accolades to everybody, but you could have special sections, use some of the screen real estate reserved for subscriber only stuff. So people who want like a little more like recognition,
Right.
like they could drop a few bucks, but it doesn't change the actual like your rewards
No.
kind of in-game economy.
Imagine streamers like captains had a place they could go inside the application, client, whatever, that's a hall of fame that shows who like their top 10 most placed people are. Like, this person has done this one's done that. Tells you whether or not, like, how many, you could even put in there, like, how many chat messages they've sent if you're already using a bot to, like, count the number to see if they were active.
With like
Yeah.
the stats section like Blender had.
Yeah.
Like, we'll call it something more thematic, but basically it's stats. It's like, okay, review the past games that you've played as well as see stats across all of your games, and that's whether you're as a captain or as a viewer.
Yeah.
Right.
100%.
That's like the number one early
Kind of
thing.
what like they did with at the end of the streamers right now, where they're
Right,
doing,
yeah.
like
Mm-hmm.
all
Just,
of the
Yeah.
just like have it the whole time.
captains, all of that.
One
Like,
thing, one thing I would love to see as just a captain or somebody running the battles would be individual leaderboards that reset weekly or monthly or whatever, to where like these are your top 10 players this week. Like they came in, they kicked ass.
Long-term ones.
Yeah.
You have like commonly rotating ones, so people who
Yeah.
knew have a shot at being on this week's leaderboard, although they might not ever get all time.
Right. So you have like the weekly, monthly, and then all-time leaderboards or whatever.
And then you do global versions of the same thing too, because that's always fun. That makes it. Feel
Yeah.
like
Yeah. Absolutely.
A bit of competitiveness up front would just be to be on the leaderboard throughout all
Yeah.
these, like let's say PVE games, and as long as you have some short-term rotating ones, it doesn't feel as bad. Like
Yeah.
in a game where you're trying to network and like get your name out there and stuff, like in the stream world. What's up?
Blender just responded, by the way.
Oh, nice. Good timing.
Oh, beautiful. But yeah, I think that leaderboards are huge because there's a lot of sweaty ass people like me in the world that are like, because there was this game, I had to pull up Steam to remember the name of it. It was a Vampire Survivor like game, but I got bored and did like an 8-hour run and became #1 in the world just because I felt like it. And then,
because you knew the leaderboard was there where you get that affirmation. Otherwise,
Yeah.
you wouldn't have known you were #1 in the world, right?
but then like 300 people tried to break that record and they haven't done it yet, but they're still trying. And one got really close. And so now there's just a bunch of people from their community still trying to beat my record on there. And it cracks me up. But it encourages people to put in the effort to like do something. You know what I mean? They want to be part of that. So when you have a leaderboard or something.
I would definitely go for achievements. Okay, this week we're going to go for this achievement as a community.
Yeah.
So let's get those units in to actually get this done.
Well, yeah, you could do like a thing like if we did the raid boss or whatever, you could do community achievements like your community dealt, 1 million damage to the raid boss. And that could be an achievement or something.
Accolades and leveling up with those accolades to like platinum or whatever. Definitely
Yeah.
that people would love to grind for too.
Yep.
Different people grind for different things. Some
Definitely.
like I made
And
everything on the leaderboard, but I could definitely grind my accolades.
Well, and
Right.
for a community-focused game, right? Like acknowledgement and accolades and surfacing usernames and PFPs is like a huge part of it. And that was one
Yeah.
thing that really fell short with Stream Raiders, which was one of the things that Versus did, was now you're meeting other streamers, even though
Yeah.
it's in a competitive environment. And then on top of that, they would typically have during those Versus sections back in the day, they'd have on their website like the running leaderboards. And so it was
Yeah.
like if you took away the more like competitive element and it was just PvE and it was cooperative or it was just individual accolades, you still get the same juice. Like you still feel good about that. and that was
Yeah.
such a dropped ball that I think I want to like that's probably beyond just the core basics working at all is probably like the number one thing we actually need to worry about before even like tons of different units or other like quality of life stuff. Like genuinely just having a baked in from day one that a bunch of like stats and accolades are surfaced.
Absolutely.
Super important.
And because Stream Raiders lost. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, this isn't anything to do with this. It just popped to my head, and I figured since Frosty's here, I should ask him about it because I have my meetup tomorrow.
Yeah.
And I would love to be able to print off some physical, like go to like Walmart and print off some physical cards to give people with like the banner for our Kickstarter. Since our Kickstarter is not going live until Sunday, could you have some type of landing forwarding page that we could get designed real quick where if people scan a QR code or go to that link, it'll forward them to the Kickstarter once live, and then once we're done with that Kickstarter, maybe send them somewhere else if we use that QR code long term.
Yeah, I think we could do that.
Because you're doing all the web stuff. I figured if I should ask you to do something because 301 or 302 redirect shouldn't be too hard for you.
No, that's pretty straightforward, and we can just use. I mean, because it's. I mean, QR code wise, I guess the only blocker right now is having to set up the initial stuff for like Corey to actually point those domains to, so we could use those domains. But if we're kind of trying to avoid the name anyways, you might just want to do it with like a bit.ly or something, right?
We don't have the actual Kickstarter link though, so it needs to point to a landing page at the moment.
True, but okay, I guess okay. So then the question would be, what would be the content of that page then? Because that's a story.
Probably just a banner or poster or something saying when the Kickstarter goes live and where you can probably find it. And that way it'll.
Those cards at, it'll definitely have the name of the game, right? Like it'll be like a preview. I don't think seeing it a night early would make too much.
I'm sure that's not a big deal. Yeah.
And also on that page, we could also have a link to the Discord as well. You know, and maybe it just keep the name quiet.
I was gonna say if you send it to the Discord, that's probably the best way to do it.
Yeah,
I was thinking the Discord as well. Like it's
way simpler, right? Yeah, reliably send them there. Then they're more tied into what's actually going on. And then when the Kickstarter's live, we'll just sit and they'll get a ping. And then
gotcha. Okay, so yeah, if I just
do that.
Grab an invite to the Discord and QR code it.
Yeah, perfect.
We can create a link and then like a QR code should be more than enough. And then Hooks will announce the Kickstarter whenever he gets to it, I guess, on Sunday or Saturday. I don't remember. Saturday, Sunday.
Generate a invite that doesn't expire. Oh, perfect.
Yeah, you can. I made sure that everyone has that permission.
Yeah.
Yep.
I basically gave all the admins every permission under the sun, so.
Expire at perfect.
Except the ability to give other people the role, which cracks me up.
Oh yeah.
So what
Like,
go do that.
Well, in the community Discord, like I can't give Ben the role of developer because I guess we don't have the actual permissions for the community Discord.
Your own role.
Yeah,
you. I thought admins could assign admin roles.
We're not admin though.
No, you guys are admins. Members with this permissions will have every permission.
Yeah, I was about to say we should be able to assign them.
We should be able
It
to.
just there's a. Yeah, the only person I should not be able to assign a role to or kick out would be Bob, because he's the owner of the Discord, which supersedes admin role.
Yeah, every single thing is ticked, so you should have every permission.
Awesome. All right,
That's very strange.
Let me go grab that image out of the Kickstarter stuff. Because if I can grab that image, I could just plop that on a card with a QR code, and then go to Walmart.
You wanna pin that as well, like the Kickstarter logo or whatever?
Yeah, give me a sec.
Once you find it.
Oh, I already found it. Oh, what? did I do? Oh, I just thumbs up. Okay. I was trying to pin this, not that. There we go. Pin message. There we go.
Discussion, found it. Cool.
Yep, and I will save the image. And then
Maybe have the Discord on the right side? Keep Discord QR code on the right side? Because I think there's a bit more real estate, maybe? We'll see,
that's
but
what I
we'll
was
see.
thinking. Yeah, give me a sec. Let me do some stuff and I'll show you my screen.
Yep. Anne was able to get back to me. She said, I'd love to help. I'm super limited on available time. Could take on specific smaller pieces, nothing super massive. The thing I'm fastest at is sprite design. The sprite animating is slower with me than with other experienced artists, but I'm happy to take on either in portions. So she could do like small things, NDRE.
Okay.
Yeah. She's happy to help, but she does have a lot going on right now, so I don't know if we would be able to take her on as a full-time artist, even if we were able to pay her. Because she does like that bird rescue and stuff or whatever, so she's got she deals with a lot of things, has not a lot of free time. Which is fair. Micropost? What?
Huh?
Whatever the hell Brusty posted over here.
Just a little programmer humor that you might enjoy.
What the hell? Disconnecting your keyboard and eating it key by key? Maybe shoving a mouse up your ass. The hell?
That's what it feels like when you see those official support forums sometimes, I swear to God. It's like too real. It's like too real.
Nothing cracks me up more than when an IT guy has that story where he's like, your boss calls you or whatever, like the people you're contracted with, and they're like, oh man, we've been trying all day to get this fixed, damn thing's not working. And the IT guy's like, have you tried turning it off and turning it back on? Or making sure the power is on? They're like, yeah, we made sure the power is on, we turned it off, turned it back on, whatever. Damn IT guy has to drive 3 hours to turn the machine on because it was not turned on.
Yep.
Yeah. Shit like that cracks me up.
Yep.
Good old turn it off and turn it on again.
Should be.
But no, one of the things I think where streamers lost a huge chunk of their player base was actually when they quit supporting PvP there for like, I don't know, several months.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Like a huge fucking chunk of their players were just like, bro, we put a lot of time and effort into this. And then they made it to where they were all level 30, and all your other players who have been around for, 2-3 years, putting effort into leveling up their units, now they're like, well, what the fuck's the point of that?
What do we
Like,
do
There's actually
now?
literally a clip of me somewhere on Twitch lamenting like where everything kind of really, I could tell things were just like writing was on the wall. And
yeah,
the takeaway is basically the gameplay itself is like picking a unit up and dropping a unit. Like the actual motions you take. That's
yeah, the gameplay loop.
And then you wait.
Yeah.
The real gameplay is the decision making that you come up with, and then seeing how well that played out. That's the real gameplay. Thinking,
Yeah.
observing, communicating, making a decision, and then you see how it played out. PvP was, in a lot of ways, it nailed all the things that the main game mode lacked.
Yeah.
How
And
does
it is
that look, guys?
two
looks
main
good.
ways.
Put like a Discord link to of what the QR code is, like text above it. But other than that, looks good.
Mhm.
Maybe like blue or purple.
Man,
Whatever looks good.
We could
But
do
no.
blue. Let's try blue.
I agree though. Like just the
The main thing was like PvP. Like again show you had now you were networking, you were meeting new captains. It didn't feel like your little game you were just playing with your people. It opened up that world and it felt real. And then
Yeah.
when they had things like they had little tournaments where they would cast it at least or whatever, or they had at least leaderboards up for that versus rounds. Again, it's like networking. It's real. You're meeting communities. It felt like you were part of a bigger thing.
Does the blue look better, or sorry?
I'd say blue, yeah, because the background being green, it blends in a lot more, and that's probably not good for QR. Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably also we want to like say what the maybe the QR code is.
Yeah, like a call to action, just like
Action. Join our Discord.
Yeah. Join Discord for
for updates or something like that.
First updates, yeah, like for first shot at the updates.
I don't think this one has that much error correction in it, so I can't
Exclusive
exactly
updates.
put the Discord logo in it. Unless I use
Can you get more error correction on there?
Huh?
Can you get? Well, I guess if you just put, I guess maybe some label text above it, just saying join the Discord for exclusive updates or whatever.
Yeah.
But also Iron Lord 2, part of that was like you have this RPG system where you're building up a bunch of units and making them stronger. But like, for what? PvP gave you the for what now? Now it's like, oh, the moments of glory and these real intense, fun, active battles gave you a reason to build up and play campaign and PvE in the meantime in between. So when they got rid of PvE, it's like suddenly, without them realizing it, they dropped a bunch of the weight of why even bother playing it otherwise in the first place. Because if the viewers feel that way, then the viewers don't feel connected enough to care enough. If they don't feel connected enough and care enough, they're not going to buy your skins in a game they don't care about.
Exactly.
They support you as a streamer.
The co-op would be amazing too.
Yep.
Exactly. That's why we're baking that in. We're baking that in from day one.
Yeah, day one co-op, absolutely.
Yeah.
Because not only
margins on this side, because when I go to print it at Walmart, I don't know where the margins are going to be.
That's probably smart. Yeah, good call.
Yep.
Yeah, so
But yeah, when they got rid of PvP there for a while, like that was a huge hit to streamers. But then when they brought it back and they made it to where all the units were level 30, there was no, like, what's the point? Yeah, that took away so much strategy from the game.
Yeah,
like
deep enough to carry where, like, okay, if you level everybody, now you can play truly on a competitive playing field, esports style. No, there wasn't enough depth to the game to do that. It didn't need that, you know?
Yeah. Well, sometimes you needed just a baby level 1 tank on the front line to escort a buster or something. Like
they stumbled into something really good when you have these variable team sizes and stuff. There's a lot of power in, hey, if you're brand new, you're incredibly valuable still. We do a lot of lower level units to plug the gap sometimes versus one big higher level unit, because the power system they had underneath that drove your cap, that worked out really well in terms of balancing newer and more experienced players. I thought that was really good. So yeah, they really stumbled a lot right around that time.
Yeah, that's when I had to turn around and just stop playing PvP and stuff. I was just like, this is not even, it doesn't even take strategy anymore. It's whoever can hasted balloon buster the other guy quicker. Like, nah.
Yeah, that's a whole other, you know, in their defense, it's hard to get that right. You know, of course, balancing competitive play in games is like fucking brutal.
Well, yeah, but they
start with PvE. We say all those same things like leaderboards and meeting community people and networking and like all of this great stuff that you want as a streamer and a game player, without the competitive aspect of it, without the directly competitive at least. At least leaderboards give you a more friendly competitive where you might.
Well, you had people like me, you had people like you during PvP, Glaceon, like we gave them feedback. We were strategic, we were statistical, analytical, like we dug into the units, we knew what they did, we knew how to use them effectively, we knew how to use each level of that unit effectively, and like they didn't listen to any of it. They turned around and was just like, oh yeah, maybe the casual players want all the units to be level 30. It's like, but those aren't the majority of your like player base for PvP. It's people like me and Morgus and Frosty and Glaceon, like the people who actually dig in and like go ham on PvP. That was the majority of your PvP player base. Like,
well, and you know, if the argument is like, hey, well, hey, we want to grow beyond just those people, I could totally get that, but the biggest issue is this: now that they're all level 30, it's not just the fact that they're level 30; it's the fact that your regular units you drop day in and day out with your captains as this side game aren't working toward anything.
Yeah, they're useless now. Because you can get through.
So unless that matters for some reason, and it doesn't, you know. So
yeah, everything in PvE scales to your unit levels anyway. So if like you have 50 people placing level 1 warriors, then you're gonna get a bunch of level 1 goblins and shit on the other side. It's not gonna be a big deal. Like, I don't
Exactly.
know.
You know,
And
unless you have things that open up where it's like, you know, total damage that you're doing is getting higher now, and so you're getting this nice accolade. You're getting these nice stats that keep growing because your numbers are bigger, and because your numbers are bigger, you show up as bigger numbers at the end battle screen, and that feels good because you get more recognition from the streamer because you did big numbers. And again, I think
Yeah.
95% of what made PvP good can be accomplished with like PvE, especially co-op. So, oh, nice. That looks very good.
I sent you a QR code with the Discord thing in the middle if you want to use that.
Yeah,
The general chat for the VC.
Yeah.
If you want to use that instead.
that GIF just hurt my whole brain.
Oh, in VC, right?
In the VC chat, yeah.
Yeah.
If you want to, we can change the colors as we see fit. I can go back and edit them.
Yep.
And then we don't have to. That way, we don't have to write any text and be like, "Join Discord for updates." Actually,
Yeah,
we
just a
can
little
put QR code
Discord
picture or
logo.
That way you feel like,
That'd be really good.
because that, yeah.
If that takes somebody to a Rickroll, I'm here for it. We should have a Rickroll like clip pasted to the welcome channel that everybody sees when they load into the Discord.
It works. It works on my phone, so it should work for everyone.
Wahaha. Man, I roasted somebody the other day because they were saying something about, like, I don't know, they were just being really pompous and, like, talking about how all the ladies want them or whatever. I was like, dude, you're so unwanted that Rick Astley would give you up. Like, get out of here.
Oh boy. You made that such a high quality image that when I went to paste it, it was like 10 times bigger.
Lol.
Also, the link is only active for 14 days. So if we need to, if you need to make like another, one of these
Okay.
posters, I'll just recreate it with another link.
Gotcha.
So, yeah, it's only active for 14 days. Because I'm not paying for it.
What do you mean not paying for it?
The QR code itself.
It's just the QR code generators. They're all like, you can have them for like 14 days before you start paying for it. So I'm like, okay, it'll only be active for 14 days. We don't need it for more than 14 days.
We might as well generate our own QR code with here, hold on.
The exact reason is why I made a simple little utility in Frosty Tools for people to just get a QR code of their channel that actually goes straight to their channel for free. And
Ooh, that could be good.
we could do a similar thing.
Have that.
Yeah, okay, repurpose some of that code here, but not in time for this. Not in time for our main use case right now, unfortunately.
Give me a second.
Now,
Good. Baby. Are you dizzy? Are you dizzy or is it your foot?
Huh?
Are you dizzy or is it your foot? Have you eaten?
Oh,
yeah, I had
gotcha.
peanut butter
Right.
earlier.
So
Tacos.
There has to be.
How long ago did you have peanut butter? It's 4:30 now.
And look at the time. It's much earlier.
You still have a V8 and several shakes that you need to have.
So a bunch. But they do messed it up.
You still have those anyway. Still have those anyway.
Hey.
You need to have them before they go bad.
Yeah.
Be right back.
There you go. There's a QR code that we can stick a Discord logo in.
Yeah, we can just stick the Discord inside
Yeah.
by putting it behind it.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Just steal the thing from here. Grab this.
Welcome in.
Thank you.
We have everyone in here today.
Oh, I just figured I'd hop on real quick and see if what I said even made sense because I wasn't even sure if it did. So, it made sense to me, but.
Mm-hmm. I've been working on making something for the meetup tomorrow.
Cool.
Is that block pixel perfect? No, it is not. Okay.
I mean, as long as it's close.
Yeah, but I don't like things when they're fuzzy.
I can second that. What exactly are you doing?
There we go. I am putting a Discord link on an image that's going to be on
It's a
going-
GIMP, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm using GIMP. How can you
Yeah.
tell?
Because it wasn't a smart object. Smart objects keep their resolution regardless of scaling or anything. So
Yeah.
it's a lot easier to adjust things like that.
Yep. There we go.
Cool. Well, yeah, I figured I'd hop on, but
Yeah.
it's all good. You guys hit me up when you get a chance to read it, and yeah, we'll go from there. But cool, have fun, guys.
Sounds good.
Later, dude.
Now we just make this
Yep.
one blue.
Oh.
Make the QR code blue.
I freaking stood up out of my chair. I got real dizzy a moment ago. Oh boy, no.
No bueno. No bueno.
No buenos.
Micro fast.
Oh, you just saw that? Yeah. Frosty put that in there a little bit ago.
Yeah.
Read the bottom one.
Okay. think what Blender just said in the UI chat makes sense as well.
Yeah.
I think that makes sense, just to have a filled-in outline of what is expected to be there.
Yeah. That's basically
It makes sense for
like
me.
a not filled in shadow of what you expect the page to look like when it finally loads in.
Yep, I agree. Completely agree. I've gotten very sidetracked.
I get sidetracked a lot. My head hurts because I'll sit here for a ridiculous number of too many hours trying to figure shit out. I'm working on various different styles of things. I think I might work on some kind of tower defense thing here in a little bit, but haven't really decided what my next goal I want to be is. Adorable.
Hmm. How's that look?
Looks pretty good to me.
Really good.
I'm getting
Really
critiqued by
good.
my brother here.
Do what?
I'm getting critiqued by my brother here.
Lol.
And it does open up Discord. Excellent.
Oh. Cool, cool, cool.
If it all works. I'd say that looks good. Now, of course, this. That, we should probably move these just a little bit. Because they're a little off-center. I will save this. That way it's a permanent link. We don't have to have 14 days and it points directly to the Discord.
Perfect.
I can just go.
I do have your actual units from the database loading into your placeable units, like in your hand, so to speak.
Oh, nice.
I have the control group set up now, so it's a little more sane. So you can just add the child; it'll do the separation and alignment for you automatically.
Nice.
Yeah. So we'll have to do some more things about, like, I'm sure if I leave and come back, it might add it twice and weird stuff like that. We'll have to start to knock out. But I'm trying to get the broad strokes first.
Yeah.
Yeah, it actually just did that to me just now. We'll have to clear out the children first. Is there a, do you know offhand in Godot, is there a way of like clear all children, or you have to just loop through like get children and then remove child?
I think you could just remove the parent.
Oh,
Removing the parent should do that if it's like
remove parent and re-add it, and then
Yeah.
okay,
that should work.
cool.
Oh. Thanks for the raid, Luna. I appreciate that. Could you not do the oh shit, what's it called? Like the parent node dot get underscore children and then queue free to just clear.
Can you call it on all children as a group? Oh, maybe. Okay.
Possibly, maybe.
I mean, it's fine to loop through them. It's like an extra line or two. It's not the end of the world. I was just wondering
Right.
if maybe some built-in method or something that was simpler, but if not,
I think you can. I think I'm not sure, but I think you can do the parent node get children and then queue free and just wipe them all out as a group.
okay.
Alright, so yeah, there we go. We got a postcard.
It's like literally it's like a two-liner, you know, for child and dot get children, placeable units, remove child. Like it's really not a big deal. I was just making sure it was anything I was missing. Okay, so that'll clear that up. Kind of do a refresh, re-render. I'm gonna be doing the placing units pretty soon here, like actually placing them server side. And then when your unit is placed, then the one in your hand needs to like be visually clearly disabled too. It's already on the battlefield, so you can't play it again. All the data's there, so this is going to be mostly a visual thing, but it's getting closer. And I have to think about, for the sake of this, like, I think we still use the timer.
Okay, I'll stop.
Like, would you want to do, in terms of demoing this and making it make sense, Tux, if that start battle button only exists if you're the person who created the lobby? And then we leave a timer, and they're 15 minutes all by default now, so it wouldn't be super long, but not immediate either.
Yeah.
Should that be enough for now? I think to demo it, like.
Yeah, for sure. Even like
Okay.
maybe a 5-minute timer would be good.
Okay. I figure like 15-minute timer, but you can start at any time if you're the creator of it. So.
Oh, for sure.
Okay.
No biting like that. Hey, I was just trying to get your crusties off.
Oh, and heads up, just it's minor and you'll see it, but just want to clarify. I really struggle with the whole like how do we represent a nullable date, because I didn't like we were using -1 on an integer, because like that's a valid timestamp. God forbid something's going to come up where we're going to need to signify the time that is like midnight in 1969 of December 31st or whatever, right? God forbid, right? Now we think that's null. I made a super simple like class basically called nullable timestamp, so you'll see that, and it's just has a dot epoch seconds, but also has a dot is null, and you can instantiate it when you make a new. There's no arguments; it always instantiates null, and if you want to, you can then apply the time if you need to, so that if it's null or not accordingly. So that'll come up here because like all of these lobbies have the timestamp of when it's no longer open for new placements, and so that'll be like what the countdown timer on the client side will draw off of when it first loads. So we'll use that.
Yep. We should also do some type of auto magically getting the offset between the actual time and client time. Because people may not always have their computer clock set 100% correctly.
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
So, if you're a couple minutes off, then it's going to show the battle time is off. So being able at load to go, hey, get the server time. Okay, we've got an
It's
offset.
like seconds. I do actual seconds remaining on top of the timestamp. Yeah, okay, I gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, I can do that.
Yeah. Or something that we could even load at like the beginning of the client load, right? Because someone's computer could be a couple minutes off.
Yeah, but then like it could become off after they load. So I think it's more a matter of like when you're getting a query from the database, it might need to provide that as part of the response payload itself to just say, here's how many seconds until this timestamp or whatever when necessary.
Yeah, so that way we can adjust that on the client side. So that way, let's say it was running a game where it was very time dependent and they were cheating and they forgot to do that when they went over to Stream Raiders, all of a sudden, why can't I place any of my units anywhere,
Yeah, definitely.
So we want to make sure that we
makes sense.
Work in deviations of local time versus server time. Oh, Huntress is here too now? Holy cow.
I just wanted to drop in and see kind of where we're at for having things ready for tomorrow.
I think Ken's working really hard on placing units and stuff. I'm technically supposed to be on the clock. I'm just was here and then I made an image. It's not code, so no one owns it except for us.
Exactly. If you don't want any code, it's fine.
Yes. Yep, I just can't do any code while I'm on the clock for my other job, so.
Understandable.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
All I'm doing is going through main and trying to understand it. Yep. Just commenting.
Yeah.
That's why. Yep. I am not too experienced with Godot, so I'm just trying to understand the Godot language right now.
Yeah, and of course there's me who just reads the code and goes, oh, okay, this is what it does.
I mean, I'm reading through the code, and the code makes sense. I just don't know the syntax.
Yeah, definitely.
Most of us are coming here from had no idea how to write Godot before we did this. I know I was. Yeah, I've been writing Godot for a year, so it's not too.
Oh, you have a massive head start. You have a massive head start.
Yeah, I have a whole game written already.
Yeah, you already have like, I don't know, like 100 hours on Godot. I have like 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, like this.
Yeah, I've got however many hours were put into this game so far on Godot for me.
Yes. Yeah. Here's my other game in Godot. It's absolutely atrocious. Huh? Yes, it is.
You can't trick us into it, no matter how hard you try. I won't let it happen.
Really? So I can't.
Oh no.
So I
Oh
can't
no.
just say, like here's some
Unscrambled
numbers. Like here's some numbers.
Level 1.
And now, you go and you compete for your equations and try to get 3 stars.
What equations do I do?
Well, these are tiles, right? You can rearrange the tiles. You get an equals tile for free, and you can rearrange them in order to create equations, right? Yeah. Or 6 plus 2 equals 8. You could do like
9 minus 3 is 6.
yeah, you could.
Can I do 69 minus 67 is 2?
Yeah, that would work too.
Nice.
Yeah. See, you guys are already playing it.
71 minus 2 is
Hey, you
69.
tricked me into it. Hey.
Hey, Nate.
No. And of course, if you were to go to my Twitch channel, if you type these numbers in, it would actually populate with your username stuff on here.
Do 3 plus 1, and then you can do 6 minus 6, and then you've got your 4 and your 0, and then you can make 420. Hey, blaze it.
Hey.
Unfortunately, the equations can only go on the left-hand side of the equation. Right-hand side.
Come on.
Right. Okay.
Demand the dev makes an update. I want a new feature.
Okay, Ken, you want to add in all of the extra code needed to do that on both sides?
It's always the best. That's always the best response. Is like, talk is cheap. PR's welcome.
Like, yeah, I'm in my channel right now. So if I do 9 minus 6 equals 3, add the 2 there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Right.
I mean, Stream Raider, the Captain TV team probably thought we were being unreasonable with our.
I'm sure some of it was. To be fair, I've seen some of the feedback and criticisms. It was pretty bad. It was like not realistic at all.
Yeah.
Well, the problem. Well, yeah. Problem is they didn't really have that option. Like their goal wasn't just make a profitable game studio with this game that clearly hit success. It was, well, if as VC, if we're going to invest in this can't just be like a good business. We see plenty of those. This has to be like an industry changing, category defining kind of thing, which makes sense why they went down this route of needing to be like the hub, and like any streamer oriented type game is Captain TV. And so to do that, they wanted to swallow all this stuff and build a bunch of games so it was like a whole suite. They didn't really have a choice. Like even if Stream Raiders numbers were incredible and the money was good on that, that wouldn't have been enough. Like they need to do something. And that's the unfortunate reality of that. Like they were kind of screwed. Well, by what standard?
Yeah, see, we're going after it a different way.
Well, I'm sure it was probably never actually earning enough for itself in the first place. Like it was being investor floated. And again, in a situation like that, it's like investor goes, "It's my money. What the fuck are you doing? We're firing you and replacing with somebody who will go do all the Nitro stuff instead." Like there was no way they could have just gotten around it. I think that's the unfortunate part. They like, I don't know how much. I'm sure there's a tremendous that was not managed nearly as effectively as it could have been. I got my own sentiment about that back then, but I gotta defend a little bit of that. Is like they only had so much capacity to make decisions, even if you're the quote unquote like CEO, if you've got investors, they're the ones that end the strings way harder.
Yeah. But yeah, there was my little math game.
Yeah, scrambled numbers. So that I didn't realize that was Twitch chat that was like doing the equations. That makes sense now.
Yeah. So it's just Twitch chat during the equations. So it's like, no words on stream yet, except with numbers. And
Nice.
of course,
Yeah.
it's like, what
Yeah.
developer would want to? What developer would want to force this upon thousands of viewers to do math?
Mm-hmm.
Except I have viewers who'll go, "Can we play the numbers game today?" So I'll have to be like, "Yeah, hold on, let me pull it up." Mm-hmm.
And that is the reason I always look for passionate people and not rich people when I want to make a game. Because investors will always run you into the ground. As long as they get their money, they don't give a shit what you make. In terms of what the players want, anyway.
Yeah. I'm just hoping that we do actually turn a nice profit.
I mean, it would be nice, to be able to actually run the business and have it as a job and just, be supportive of the project and engage with the community and whatnot and not have to worry about it. But at the same time, like, even if the project doesn't turn a major profit or anything, like, I'm in it for the long run. So if there's no money for me, for a year, 2 years, whatever, like, doesn't matter to me. I'm on disability, but you guys, like, y'all have lives, you have full-time jobs, like, y'all can't dedicate fucking forever to the game if it's not a returned investment. Like, for me, it's a learning experience. I'm not losing anything by dedicating my time to the game because I have nothing else that I have to dedicate my time to, if that makes sense. But like people like Frosty, he's sacrificing so much just to work on the game, and that's why I'm like, that's pretty huge. I would like the game to be successful, to be able to be a returned investment for people who put that kind of sacrifice into the game already. Like,
Yes, true. That's correct.
and that's why I was talking to Hooks and DMs the other day, just going over kind of the general setup of how companies typically work with the CEO and whatnot. Like, you never want any one person to have ultimate anything in a company. Like, that's always your worst. So even if he had like 49% equity, right? And then the other four of us split the rest or whatever, it would take all four of us coming together and agreeing on a specific topic to override whatever he was doing. So he can still be the, de facto leader, do whatever he wants. Like, it would require all four of us to be able to come together and be like, oh, hey, what that thing you're doing is fucking dumb. Let's not do that. And like in a situation like that, when you have your CEO, that's one of the best business models I've ever seen because it's effective and it works. Because you're not going to get four people to just be like, agree on a specific topic unless it's something that might be, egregious or whatever. Like, people aren't just going to come together and be like, oh, hey, stop doing that. Like, unless it's something that they have to do that with. So, that's just my opinion, though. Like, I don't pretend to speak for everybody whenever I talk about things, but I definitely think that there should be no, like, one person has final say kind of ordeal. I think that could lead down a very dangerous and just not good path.
Has Bruce figured out like how much control he's going to have now.
I've talked to him about it a couple of times, but I don't know if he set it in stone yet. But we definitely, like, as a group, the 5 of us, I guess, however many it is, need to actually sit down and discuss that. Because that's going to be pretty important moving forward. Like, I know we've kind of thrown a couple noodles at the wall to see what sticks, but
At least for me, I've already had the offer for percentage. I don't know
Right.
if that's the case for everybody.
I believe so. But that being said, like, I'm not worried. But if my percent was 1% or 20%, doesn't matter. The only thing I am worried about is I would like nobody to have more, like 50% or more. No one person. So if he has 49%, that's perfectly fine with me. And then, you know, Frosty can have whatever, then you, Tux, like, and so on. And that way, the only way anybody vetoes him is if every single other person comes together and makes a decision. And I think that that's probably the most like logical way to proceed as a business. And that way he can still CEO, de facto leader, whatever. He's got the majority as an entity, like as an individual, he is the majority. But then if the need arose where everybody had to come together and make a decision, they could do that.
Realistically, I think like a 45% stake, ownership stake is probably the most fair and like more checks and balances.
Right.
Compared to 49%. I think the highest you should go is 45%.
Yeah, 45 to 49 is like the cap, yeah.
Lord and I and Huntress should probably get a little bit higher of a percentage than what we currently are getting offered.
Yeah.
If we're going to do that.
Likely.
I think Frosty also should have more.
Oh, Frosty should definitely have a huge stake compared to any of the rest of us because he's already sacrificed a lot. Yeah,
This would not be happening without him.
exactly. And he,
Aw, shucks. Oh, you're so sweet.
so
Like I have servers, I just don't have the money to run a huge server. And I just killed the boot.
oh no, so
I'm
I'm just
to make
dialing
people
here.
laugh, okay?
No, I'm just dialing and I'm trying to get this. I'm like feeling the anxiety of the clock staring at me and realizing, oh no, you have a thing tomorrow and this needs to be functional.
That's kind of why I dropped in here.
Yeah. In fact, I think what I'm gonna do is pop off for a bit. I mean, I'll be around, obviously. I'm gonna just, like I said, I'm bad at like trying to talk and code at the same time. I just can't do it.
I feel that. I can't. I'll start typing whatever I'm saying out loud when I'm trying to code or text or anything, and I just can't. So
But like
that's
right now, yeah. Basically, you
Yeah.
actually have units of yours like in the database. Of course, it'll be important long term, right? As it levels up, and you have copies. How many units are you allowed to have, right? It starts. You have one of each.
right.
You're actually querying to see what those are. Are they in any battles, etc. Right? That's what's populating the actual units that you show that are going to be placeable. As of right now, I need to
Right.
make the placeable part actually happen on the server, and then load in and display all of the units effectively. And then all the final little touches, like have a timer to show, allow the person who started the lobby only to press the start button, etc., etc. That's still within scope of like the rest of this evening, though. I'm not calling that like, oh, we're not going to make it in time for sure. So I'm going to run off for a bit and do more of that, and then if anything comes up, feel free to ping me.
I do have a doctor's appointment tonight, but as soon as I get back from that and eat, I will hop on and join you.
Okay, cool. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm like champing at the bit for us, just as all having our own dev builds of it, being able to pop in there real quick and all drop in the same battle will be very cool, and I want that. Like, so I'm trying to like
Yeah.
get to that because that'll make it really real. And that's gonna be like this evening.
When I go show it off, you know,
Yeah.
it'll be really cool because then they could load it up on their device in the web browser, hopefully, and be able to place units if they connect it up to their Twitch, you know?
Exactly. Yeah. So I'm gonna kind of go.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to lock in here for a couple of hours, But I'll be around, so ping me in the chat or whatever if you need me, and
Yeah,
I'll be
for
here.
Yeah. Oh,
I do
we'll yell at you.
want to get over to Walmart before heading to my doctor's appointment to get
Yes.
prints off though too. So
Yes,
I
cool.
figure I could print stuff in color, but my prints look terrible. And if I could just get them printed on Photostock, you know,
Yeah,
it would
definitely.
look so nice. So yeah. Yeah, I'll probably hop off too. I was just in here to help Bob, just to cheer on Bob and Iron Lord with understanding the code.
Yeah, definitely. I popped in to see what was going on too. And just say hi, but... All right, I'll be around, and yeah, and ping me if you need me. Cool. All right, see ya.
See ya.
Bye, guys. Oh, they got me.
Later, dude. I'm just
Yeah.
sat here chilling. I'm actually calculating because I think my numbers are correct. 45. Yeah, that would actually work. So if Hooks did 45%, Frosty could do 25%, and that would be 10% for me, Huntress, and Tux. And that would split everybody. Hooks major majority, Frosty minor majority, and the rest of us would be able to come together and like do things if we need to. Which I don't see that being a thing, like being an issue. Hooks seems to be a relatively logical and intelligent person, but everybody makes mistakes, and it's good to be able to have a check and balance system in place for when those mistakes do happen.
I'll buy
If
my
they
5%
happen. Like,
I'll buy my 5% from Hooks.
lol. Be like, hey, fucker.
25% is what Ken got offered, what Frosty got offered, and 10% is what I got offered.
Oh, well, there you go.
Not
I
that
think,
far off.
yeah, I think me and Tux both got offered 5, so it would just balance it back out a little bit just to bring him under the 50. So,
Yeah.
I'll message him and
I think Hooks being under 45% is the most makes the most sense from a business perspective. I am a business major after all. I was a business major, so I do have some experience with business boards, CEOs.
I took 2 years of business management and computer business applications. So,
Yeah,
I'm
5%
I'm gonna be honest, I majored in computer science and I still have no idea what the fuck I'm doing.
I was about to say I took 2 years of like computer business applications and business management, and like I have a general idea, but that shit just kind of fades away after a while. Like I don't understand like structured learning environments. They're so bad for teaching me anything. If I have to go to school, sit at a desk, and listen to some fuckhead drone on about something, that's just not ever gonna work. Like I have to be interested, and I have to actually apply myself to the thing that I'm doing, or I'm never gonna learn it. It'll go right in one ear and out the other.
I'm about halfway done commenting the main script.
Oh, beautiful. Yeah, you weren't live anymore, so I wasn't able to
Oh yeah.
watch.
I went off live because
There's a bunch of people live. Yeah.
Yeah, I was trying to watch other people.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm
Yeah.
halfway done with the halfway through. We just got through the main function of
The funny
creating
thing is, early next week we're rewriting the whole thing.
Right. But
So-
maybe when we rewrite it, god damn, that was hard to say. My fucking brain. We can comment it as we go.
Yeah.
The goal is to have it structured in a more sensible way.
Right.
Yeah, it
It's
kind
a
of makes sense
mess.
right now. It kind of makes sense. Like all the Twitch stuff is connected with the Twitch stuff. That's like geographically located in the similar locations, so that all makes sense. Like all of this is like related to stuff with Twitch. Everything up here is just the scenes and how we call the scenes. So all of that does make sense. I have not got down here yet, so I will be basically continuing reading and trying to understand the rest of this. And I will probably continue commenting on all the scripts. There's only like a few scripts, right? Or am I mistaken?
There's quite a few. Most of them are pretty small, though, so...
How do I get to the rest of the scripts?
They should all have been all in the scripts folder anymore, so...
Yeah, they all should be in the scripts folder, so I can just look over there.
No, they're not. They are in
they're not.
various places. If you filter the file browser by .gd, that should bring all of the script files back up there.
Got it. Okay, I see it. All of the. Okay, I'll filter all the GD in the GitHub and just go comment through. Should be, but I should be able to see it in Godot as well, right? .gd. Huh? Why do I only see
Yeah,
main?
there should be an option. Let me open Godot. Yeah, if you've got the file system thing open, there should be a filter files option.
Maybe it's
if you
because I don't
just
have
type,
the file. Yeah, got it. That's because
yeah,
I
if
don't
you
have
just
the file.
type .gd in there, it should bring you back all of the script files.
Don't think that really works. Maybe.
That
and then
seems to be working for me.
in the up here filter name type up here.
Sorry, let me off stream.
Up here, right?
No, down. There's the file system thing in the bottom left corner. If you under filter files, just down a little bit, type .gd in there, and that should bring back all of the. Even minimize the add-ons folder, but yeah, minimize that one. But everything else is stuff that we've put in, and I'll filter down. That should filter all of the scripts there for you, so you should be able to just browse through and have a look at them.
So they're not in the add-on file, but they are.
I wouldn't bother with the add-ons file because that's all other people's code that we're using in the project.
Got it. Makes sense.
So it's not really worth your time.
There's nothing in the components. Maybe scenes. Yeah, battle scenes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Okay, I'll go through and comment all of these. Yeah, we have quite a few. Scripts. The API scripts, I don't think has much in it. Yeah.
No, that's mostly Ken's work.
Yeah. I'm not gonna touch this. I probably could comment it. See if my understanding is correct. Yeah, all of this is .gd. I'll just take a look. I'm just gonna go finish home today, main today, and then work on the next one. I think main is where's the main one located? Main script.
I think it may be under scripts somewhere.
Main GD. Just trying to find the file location, the folder. Oh, down here. Yeah, it's in
script. Yeah,
in util.
It is in scripts.
It's in scripts. Yep. All the way down here. Yep, I see it. Wow, we have a lot of them. Okay, cool. I'm just gonna go continuing to read through the code base, and we'll go from there.
Yeah, I can't necessarily tell you what everything's doing, but I can try and answer questions as best I can.
Yep.
I'm just reading through it, and to the best of my knowledge, I am attempting to comment it. And I think I'm doing a good job. think my understanding, like looking at the documentation and all of that, should be good. Okay. I might mute myself for a bit.
Every single time I see that written, I think clitoris process, and it cracks me the fuck up.
Which one?
The CLIU, the utility process.
Yeah, I see that.
It just fucking cracks me up every time I see it.
What have you been working on, Ironlord?
All
Just
kinds of shit. I've got like hundreds of hours of like online courses and stuff that I've been going through, like course by course learning. I've done some RPG games and how to implement those systems, pooling systems for survivor style games. Right now, I'm going through some UI development stuff for using the canvas layer and how to get that to communicate and interact with other scenes and things, and how to put things in memory, hold them in memory, or free them from memory when you need to. Like if you need to make like a pooling system or something.
yeah, so with like our like destroy, hide, remove with the
Yeah,
chains. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
yeah. I've been
I
just
am just trying to get caught up.
no, you're good. There is still a lot going on in that code that I have absolutely no damn clue how to wrap my mind around.
I think I understand everything in the ready void function up here. Func ready. I think I understand all of that relatively well. But everything below line 145, I've not gotten to yet. Just slowly making my way through. What is Google we go? Why do we need this here?
Oh, Bella's live. Interesting. I don't see her live very often anymore.
Yeah, we don't use SSE. Yeah, we don't use SSE. Okay. Cool. Okay. Do you guys know if Godot is like Python and you can declare all the variable names at the top?
You
Or-
can, yes.
It is like
Cool.
Python. Yes, you can do that.
Yep.
Cool. Maybe I'll do that at some point. Move all the
Yeah.
variables that we declare up to the top and all the functions up to the
So-
top. Maybe.
GD lin is that we're meant to. You're meant to have all of the variable declarations at the top of the file. When I get our build system running, I will be sort of letting people know how many sort of that sort of thing. I'll keep track of it so that people can kind of make sure that we keep things formatted the way that the tool wants us to.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that'll be pretty important later on for sure.
I'm gonna go back to continuing commenting Iron Lord, so yeah.
Yeah, no, you can go ahead.
Quiet.
For another medical extension. So hopefully the medical extension goes through. So we'll see. If not, then my license is null and void tomorrow. So if they don't extend it. Bastard medical fuckers. What are you chomping on? No. E. Don't you come over here drawing on me, Peckerhead.
Take an arrow and just point it.
I don't know about that.
Apply here.
Can I help you?
What?
Nosy? Boop, 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 boop. Boop, boop. Stop distracting me. Ah. I have a million other projects I can work on for that.
You will get your dinner in a little bit. She did eat all her lunch.
Get a biscuit. You got a whole blanket right here you could lay on, you damn peckerhead. Oof. I'll likely find somebody to raid on Twitch, and then I'll probably try to get to the corner store without falling over dead. That's entirely up to you. If you want to come with me, you can. I'm going to raid Shaw's goofy ass. He's currently live on Twitch, so I'm sure he's probably playing Borderlands. What you want to bet?
When's the last time you played with him? 'Cause he clearly wants to play with you.
I do need to jump on some, whatever the hell you call that, Vermintide with him some point. I just have a lot going on right now, and we have a deadline, so it's not like
It's just 1 or 2 games, you know.
I've done 147 hours online courses in the last 3 weeks. Like,
Take a break.
I don't have time for taking breaks. Time is of the essence, and we're not going to get any of it back. We have till March 31st to make sure that all of this is done. Adorable.
I hate that I can't do that.